How you doing?
What does it help that you?
It's that time of the morning. Welcome to the Legion Lair community hangout or pop culture community hangout, whatever you want to call it. Mark has a title for it. It's long. It's coffee time. Good day to you.
Coffee time for show.
Indeed. That's how we do it. It's caffeinated.
Yeah, I'm trying to get through my hurricane coffee.
Okay.
I've been drinking that coffee since probably the past week. Hurricane coffee is coffee that doesn't require cooking.
Do pray tell.
It's
You
instant.
mean it's instant coffee. You just add hot water.
Yeah, hurricane coffee.
As opposed to regular coffee where you just add hot water a little bit slower.
Yeah, so no, man, I've tried it before. You can't put coffee grounds in water and just mix it up. You gotta do a little. You have to on it.
You either have to have a French press, or you do what I do if I needed it, which is I have a Melita. So you just have the Melita filter.
Yeah,
there's a coffee cup one. You just put your regular coffee in it. You pour the hot water, and it goes through. You're done.
Yeah, but
tastes way better than instant usually.
With the what is it? State Farm Insurance set up like a.
They provided free coffee.
They set up outside, like I'm talking like it was a Friday the hurricane hit.
Mm-hmm.
On Sunday morning, State Farm Insurance offices had tents up outside their buildings because there's no point going in. There's no power.
Right.
And they were sitting out there like cooler and supplies and stuff, and just having their customers come up. You know, people that they're trying to invite people to come.
Right.
You can't call us. We might as well make ourselves known we're here, kind of thing. But they had stuff like dry goods, not like massive stuff, but they when Kyle, when I was working, she got the instant coffee for me. So I'm drinking that.
Very nice. This as a coffee addict, I've had for years always have a backup Melita filter thing. So as long as I can make hot water, I can use my existing coffee. I don't have to go get instant or anything.
Yeah, and I mean you can always make hot water if you really want it, especially someone in your position who has all the gear for grilling. It ain't nothing to.
I actually have an entire drip coffee pot that goes on the.
I was about to say, well, I'm sure
it's actually meant for the camp stove, but
even if you were going like more old school than that, you have like just I can make a fire in 2 seconds kind of stuff outside. And me, where I'm kind of in the same boat. I don't have the grill set up and all that, but I have the fire material all day with my yard. With these big oak trees, every 3 days I'm picking up small fire starter every 3 days.
Yeah,
good stuff.
All right. Well,
I want to start passing out this Link Skadaisy. There's the homie. What's going on, Bart? Rob, you recognize this name. He's my homie from Belgium.
Nice.
I've known Bart since I met Bart before I started my channel. Like we became homies on the interwebs, bonding over our common fandoms and stuff. Bart will be showing up at my house this evening for the first time. So I actually get to meet Bart in person. It's awesome. We're going to go see Venom tomorrow. Most likely. That's the plan. Unless he sees, or comes up with something better he wants to do. He's the guest of the United States. So
I was just doing time calculations, and now my time calculations are completely wrong. It's all of about 7:30 in the morning then where he's at.
Yeah, it's definitely 7:30 where he's at. 100%. Normally I think we're at 16 hours different.
Well, let's see. Right now, I know that Europe is in daylight saving, or daylight savings has ended for them. So the time difference is a little bit different. So it's if I'm doing my time, I think it's like 11:30 in the morning in Belgium.
Yeah, tomorrow kind of thing.
Yeah,
No.
11:30 in the morning or afternoon. 11:30 in the evening.
Yeah, evening.
Wait, no, that's not right.
No, he's like
No, it's
typically-
11:30 a.m. like now.
I don't know. That doesn't sound right to me. Bart, how many hours different are you and I normally?
Time in Belgium.
Keeps on slipping.
It's 12:30 in the afternoon right now.
Yeah, he's at 12:30 in noon. Yep, there it is. Boom, booyakai. Good morning, madam. Good morning, J-Man. What's going on? Jeremy, Hakuna.
I get
Matata,
really screwed up
everybody.
when it's daylight savings still here
Yeah,
and in
there it
Europe.
is. 5 hours different.
Because everything's everything for me is based off what time is it in Romania, and I get confused right now what time it is in Romania because of
Honorary
the
Romanian.
it's just that's how you deal with when you're dealing with that time zone on a daily basis. Practically, you get used to it. Usually, for me, where I'm at, I can just subtract 2 hours from whatever time of day it is for me, and then flip it from AM to PM, or vice versa, and that's what time it is in Romania. So they're 10 hours ahead. So, but anywho, enough time zone talk. We know that's exciting YouTube stuff. I mean, people
It's
get
not necessarily.
thousands. Normally, people
I get critical about like people talking about stuff that's like nobody wants to hear this, but you start talking time zones, I'm kind of there for it. You know, what
I know. I mean, thousands people get thousands of watch hours just off of time zone talk alone. I don't want to broach into their niche.
there should be like there should be some kind of natural segue into Einstein conversation from here.
Oh, well, yeah, potentially.
I'm looking for the connection. All these conversations are relative.
Times relative and
Yeah.
black holes and
Probably. I know you're not reading Redcoat, right?
no, I'm not.
So you're familiar with it though. Ghost Machine's book, the one with
Yeah.
the immortal guy from 1776. He was a redcoat fighter in the Revolutionary War.
Yeah.
And so like he was teased for a long time coming, kind of thing, if you kept up with the Ghost Machine stuff. And he gets here and you get your first book of him, and he's kind of like a Jack Sparrow. Like you have this idea from what you've seen that this dude's going to be a badass kind of thing. Like he's rocking, he keeps his red coat like as a keepsake, but he has like all these modern day firearms and stuff. And the story that we get is in the 1800s, and he's kind of a bumbling success. You know, he's falling upward.
A booster gold
with all of his wins. Yeah. And he's hanging out with a teenager Einstein. It's not like he's hanging out with him. Einstein seeks this guy out, but he was like the supporting character for the first arc. And, but like we've seen him teased and other stuff. So we know like what we're seeing now is not where he is later. You know what I mean? And I've been waiting and wondering what's going to be the turn for this guy. Like when does he go from this falling upward kind of guy to like he's an a-hole, but he's a capable a-hole kind of guy. And issue 7 of Redcoat came out this week, and I think it showed us the catalyst. I think we got that moment where like before this moment he was this way, and after this moment we're going to get to see him a different way, like the character growth fuel. I really liked it a lot. It was really good.
Cool.
That's what I always say. Cool.
Yeah. Well, I got nothing to add. Although I'll tell you, I think I know that.
Therefore, you am.
I know that you weren't a huge fan early on of the Agatha thing.
Yeah, I'm planning on going back watching it. I'm seeing nothing but good stuff from the 13 people watching it, so I'm going to give it.
Yeah, dude, it finished. I think it finished pretty well, pretty good. It finished much stronger than it started off. That's for sure.
So I saw
I
TJ talking big of it, but I can't trust TJ on stuff like this because much like me, if you're into something, like
Scotty Vaughn was just this morning posted some positive stuff on it too. And
same thing.
yeah,
Same. I can't trust.
I'm well,
Love TJ.
I enjoyed it.
Tastes.
I enjoyed it.
Now, Rob, you know me a little bit better, even on a personal level. So if you're telling me like I know you weren't a fan, but I think you might like where it goes, that's pretty specific to me. You're talking to me, talking on my taste. So that's more of a I can trust that. And also,
you won't think it's the worst thing you've ever watched.
Yeah, I'm excited. Like, and I'm not even bullshit. Last night I was thinking, I'm like, all right, I need to try to catch up on Agatha because that would be a great video for me to be able to do. Just, I was wrong about Agatha video. I would love to be able to make that video. Yeah.
Or hey, I started off this way, and here's I still feel this way after watching it all, and here's why.
Well, I hope that's not the case. I'd rather if I'm going to spend time watching something, I hope to God I like it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. No, I was looking forward to it, and was pretty happy with it for the most part. I won't get into any details on it. Then right now,
I haven't had anything really spoiled that we didn't know before the show started.
No, I mean, you sort of have ideas and everything else of what was going on, but ultimately, at the end of the day, I think that there was.
It's been pretty easy to avoid spoilers because they haven't been out there because not enough people are watching it, despite what they'll tell you.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I've found it enjoyable.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna go back and try to finish it. Hopefully, I can finish it by Sunday. That way, I can talk about it. I'm a few episodes. I was watching it, like I didn't turn my nose up at it. I was gonna watch it. I did make the comment before it started that I'm not gonna like do review posts on it.
Right.
Typically, I'll watch a show and do review posts, but like I'm like I don't want to do that because I don't want to I don't want to live in negativity. And if it's something like if it went like how the Acolyte went, where I legitimately I just didn't like it. I don't want to have like a weekly string of negativity like that. Like the silence is enough. You know what I mean? Like you get it. Obviously, I don't have nothing to say on it because it ain't worth talking about opposed to talking negatively on it. Save it for all just live stream where you can put context to your negativity. It's a little bit different that way. And typically I'll have people there to counterbalance that kind of stuff as well. I don't want to be known for shitting on stuff. I'd rather it be thought out points than just come off as bashing,
This is a question for you.
What does it say?
So was this last issue of Redcoat Arc 1?
It felt more like a pivot issue. Last issue of the first arc was issue 6. This feels like it almost feels like returning characters from the first arc, but this is a pivot issue. We've gone forward in some years. We see characters later in their life, and then what we get next from here is going to be issue 8. I guess will be the first issue of the next arc. This is almost like an epilogue issue. This is definitely a pivot issue, though.
So, did the kids have fun trick or treating?
Had a blast. Blast. It was a good time. We had our whole neighborhood covered in debris and like fallen trees and trees on houses and like piles of debris in the end of everyone's front yard. Granted, the little crane trucks go nonstop all day long, and your road might have been cleaned up. Most haven't. They're weird the way they're cleaning up. They'll pull into a neighborhood, drive into a neighborhood, stop by a house, pick up some stuff, then go somewhere else. So it's not like they're doing a systematic grid, cleaning, like they're not starting at the main roads, working their way. It's just random. So after 3 weeks,
is it by voter registration?
I don't know. It might be. But you notice after about 3 weeks, like you'll turn on a certain road on your way home from work, like, oh, they got a few piles off this road. Granted, they might have gotten those few piles over the course of 2 weeks, and you just noticed it, because it finally just hit that point of notice. But it was fun, man. It was a good time. life felt normal.
Yeah, but I was telling you like before, we had one trick or treater, and that was it. I mean, he was like a 12-year-old. It was a big 12-year-old ish. I mean, I'm guessing he was around 12, 13.
And when you
He's right
say
at that,
big, you mean tall or heavy set? Which one?
all of the above. So, but he
So
looked
was
really
definitely
young.
out for candy. Got you.
So I'm pegging him in that 12 to 13,
Whoa.
maybe, but he could have been a little bit older. What was it? Whoa.
Your word choices.
Oh, got it. Okay. Now I'm rewinding in my head and I've got you now. Thank you. So, anyways, just like DJ, the poor Matt Wilson, right? And DJ's video got pegged by DJ. Anyways, I was guessing that he was 12, 13 years old, whatever, in his
Monkey
cowboy
wants
hat.
to real quick. So
Oh,
that's the
the
cartoon
kitty
character
corn
from Gabby's dollhouse, and this is
nice. Was that your costume yesterday? No,
they're doing
that's
book
today's
tape.
costume.
Tell them what you were yesterday.
What were you for Halloween?
A witch.
A witch.
Ooh, nice.
No, you said it perfect.
You said it perfect. We love it.
But I was joking. I posted like on Facebook about it, and a couple people chimed in. Scott Brown had chimed in and said something about
Scott.
and I said, well, the worst part about only having one trick or treater is what the hell do I do with all these freaking Pokemon cards now?
That's why they didn't show up. They knew you had Pokemon cards. They're like, no,
I had candy too. The one kid that showed up got a handful of candy, got a handful of cards, but I still have cards from last year, let alone all the cards I bought for this year. So
if they knew you had Pokemon cards, you probably would have had more trick or treaters. They're in that stuff.
I know. And so he's like, oh, you should send them to Tyler. And I said, nah, he'd appreciate that. I don't want to do that.
You'd have to then receive a thank you card.
That's right. I almost need to start up a whole nother YouTube channel just to do Pokemon card pack rips one a day for the next.
Just
I don't know.
Box them up and save them till next year. What's up with your neighborhood? Do you live in a traditional neighborhood, like neighborhood side pull in, bunch of streets?
Absolutely. I live in a series of circles that kind of go around each other. Kind of traditional, stupid designed neighborhood. Track housing, which is fine for building houses and sort of building a fake community, but horrible for actually getting anywhere nearby because you have to travel half a mile just to get out of the little series of nesting circles, right? So walking is impossible to go someplace that's really, as the crow flies, a quarter mile away because it takes you a mile and a half to get there.
Man just said as the crow flies, guys.
Yep. But
dude, I'm not joking. For whatever reason, I've heard that phrase so many times, like recently, like while power was out and people were working and doing stuff. Like I'm like, yo, I've forgotten that phrase. I mean, that's a common phrase at one point.
at least it was, yeah,
it really was. But things become less relevant as time goes. But like talking direction with people became common again because the reliability and accessibility of our convenient maps were out for a while. But
I say things all the time like, that's the pot calling the kettle black, but then you have to explain, that to half the
what
people.
A kettle is.
Well, why does it even matter? Why would the pot and the kettle be black? They don't understand cast iron pots and kettles and stuff. So anywho, I digress. So I live in a certain neighborhood, but the thing is that that whole shopping center that I mentioned, it's a quarter mile away as the crow flies. It has newer high density housing that's been built. So my feeling is that rather than this 60s era track housing, which takes a lot of, you have to walk a fair amount of distance to hit maybe 50 houses. There, you can hit 50 houses with hardly any steps because it's all high density.
Yeah.
So my feeling is that everybody just kind of goes over there where they can pack it in. Plus,
Yo, that's legit a maze, Rob. I'm looking at the overview, the overhead of your neighborhood.
mhm,
That's legit, and you're in the
in the
interior.
middle.
Well,
Yeah. There's a series of like half circles around
I
me.
mean,
Yeah.
you're not quite in the court
Center.
right
Yeah. I'm not
down
in the
the
mush pot, but I'm pretty damn close.
dang.
Yeah.
But that's still like gravy. Like if there was any trick or treaters inside that area, if they stayed in the neighborhood, you would assume they'd hit you.
Yeah, but when I went outside, I'll tell you, a lot of the neighborhood was blacked out. They had their lights out and stuff. So I think that also, if you're looking out like, oh, we're gonna go out trick or treating, you see half the neighborhood is dark, then you go, oh, hey, let's just go over to River Mark. So
Yeah, we had a lot of our neighborhood blacked out as well. But that's because like people have to rebuild their porches. They were outside, like standing in their driveways and stuff like that, dressed up. Man.
I thought about going out the driveway, or at least
We had a
open
great show of people.
Yeah, I actually was thought about opening up the garage door and just go parking myself. Start working on sorting comics with the garage door opens. That way people could see.
Yeah, there was this weird conversation that kept being had between Pops and my mom. And every time we would because of there's people that get dressed up, they do the yard decoration. So I guess they like to be outside for the festivities. So anytime we would like you said, darked out porches versus light up porches, that's Halloween. If the light's on, you go knock on the door or ring the doorbell. But every time we would see a house that had a light on but didn't have someone outside, they're like, so is there a bowl outside? What do we do? I'm like, what do you mean? You just knock on the door.
Right.
And having a third option now has really thrown them off for some reason. It's knock on the door, skip the house, or there they are.
We didn't put out any Halloween decorations this year, other than this stuff like our zombie gnomes that stay out year round.
Taylor's a savage.
And then the so we did turn on, not only there was the porch light on, but at that point I turned on the front room lights to max brightness and opened up the inner drapes so that way the light could shine through to show that the house was lit and stuff. But yeah, whatever. John, I'm in San Jose, Santa Clara area. And let's see, do you live in a trap house? No. Track house, yes. Are you going to Fan Expo in San Francisco over Thanksgiving weekend? So this is the great thing. San Francisco Fan Expo, I've complained about it before, but they do it literally. It's Thanksgiving weekend. It's the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of Thanksgiving. So invariably, you get a lot of artists and people who say they're going to be there, then they kind of don't show up and stuff. Thanksgiving travel, et cetera, et cetera.
They keep the option open, and then life changes.
Yeah, right. So I've gone the last 2 years. I will probably go again this year just because I feel obligated that it's in my backyard. But I haven't decided what day I'm going yet. Last year I went on Friday, which is only a half day, and that was more than enough time. But I just haven't decided. There's only like 4 or 5 comic book vendors there. Everything else is pop culture garbage. The Artist Alley, I'm not sure if I've seen anybody on the Artist Alley sign up sheet yet that I need to go there to get a commission from that I haven't gotten or can't get at Heroes Con or something. So because that would make me have to go back more than one day. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out which day is the best day to go, whether I'm going to go like Saturday or Sunday. I've already decided I'm not doing only slabs that weekend, so I might go on Saturday. I don't know.
Heard it here first. Rob's retiring only slabs. What happened, guys, for those that don't know, someone else of slab capabilities who's easy on the eyes has stolen his show.
No,
that is true.
That I've seen other people have sent me the that show that Whatnot show multiple times in the past too. But
I like how many people feel the need to be like, oh, let's snitch on this person to Rob.
well, I think it was more like, oh, hey, Rob, look what somebody's doing to you again, right? Hey there, freaky.
I like how it's
Yeah.
like the tables have turned this time. Like now, this time Rob has had the idea first of the show name or whatever.
Yeah, well, I don't really. It's ultimately they're just selling it. Yeah, it's not the name of their
It's free advertising.
persona or anything else. It's just that's what they're using to describe their show, that they're selling only slabs on
Oh,
their
so
show.
you're telling me it's exactly like yours. It's not the name of your persona. It's just used to describe your show.
Thanks.
Freaky again. Yeah, I'm excited to see what volume 3 of Rob's Saturday show is going to be called. If y'all got any ideas in the chat, we need a play on a name.
We're not
Slab
Rob
Hub.
Hub?
We're in only slabs. I'm not in on the up to speed on the porn stuff like that. I was familiar with Pornhub.
I guess the next one could be it would be probably slabbers.
Slabby
Slabber.
sex.
It'd be slabbers with double Z's, and instead of brazers, it'd be slabbers. Yeah,
Okay.
that might be it. Although that one's probably a little bit more niche than everybody. Maybe, I don't know. Anyways, welcome everybody. Welcome to the show. Hello, how nice to have you with us, Michelle.
Thank you so kindly for sending me an invite this morning.
Yeah. Playboy, you can do
I was up a little bit early and make sure that I got it to you before 2 minutes. If couple of minutes before the show starts, I'll get Madam going. Please send me an invite. like I'm I usually am like just crawling out of bed. It's not that I haven't thought of you or anything. It's just I haven't even thought of anything.
Well, I appreciate it today. Thank you. I just woke up.
Yes, you went out last night, fell asleep like that, woke up ready to rock and roll.
Right,
Got
because
it.
this is really comfortable to sleep.
Yeah, it actually what would have really sold that is if you did the look of, like that she had later on in the movie, where you had like tufts of hair coming through split seams and stuff like. Oh, I like that one. Taxi Slab Confessions. Good call there.
Ooh, that's a good one.
That works, yeah.
I came on here specifically though because I was like, I watched the Penguins last episode last night.
It was amazing.
And it was amazing.
I agree. Was it? Now, let me ask you a question.
Rob, I know you don't even want to talk about this.
No. I want to know. I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
Was it the last episode or was it the final episode, season final episode?
It was the second to last, right? Episode 6.
I think there's 2 episodes left. Or is there one?
Are you caught
And
up?
then the show's completely done ever? It's a
think
one
it is.
season show?
It's a limited
Or we don't-
series event.
Okay, that's what I wasn't sure if there was going to be an ongoing like next season type
No,
thing. or not.
you're about at that point where it's time
Got
to
it.
fire it up.
Just like most of these comic book shows, it's a limited story. Got it. Cool.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
limited event.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I was curious too because the Penguin, I mean, they've really created a real Gotham feel and a real storyline. You feel like he's really a well-rounded character that Colin Farrell has created, I think.
She has a box that she uses, Taylor. Please.
Velcro makes it simple.
And anyway, I think this is gonna win Emmys for sure. And I was inspired because of Sophia and the Penguin, and then I just had to know, did the Penguin ever have a love interest? And I guess it's Catwoman. So that's why I'm a Catwoman.
Nice.
Cross
Let's see.
relationships. Did you? I don't know if you've ever read The Long Halloween, but in The Long Halloween, Sophia and Catwoman have some interactions, and it leaves Sophia with like three scars on her face.
Oh, cool.
and her dad. Like Catwoman was like scratching up the mob, but in her episode, you know, that episode that focused on her like 2 episodes ago, you notice how she kept like when she went into like gangster mode, she'd walk in and she'd let her like jacket like hang off of her a little bit. If you look on her shoulder,
her shoulder's burned up, right?
it had the 3 scratches.
Is that what it is? Scratches?
Yeah, and I think
it was like a burn mark when I saw it.
I think it was supposed to be like a quiet Easter egg to because it was like a famous thing that you could like note the character off of, like where Catwoman scratched like Falcone and stuff like that.
You got the cat scratch fever.
She had the cat scratch fever. Yeah, it was cool.
There you go. Yep. And Hoarder's Hide believes that you just are coming in from the weekend, from the eating out. This is normal. Yeah.
I'm just crawling in from the night.
Just got a notification that my omnibus will be here today. Woohoo!
About the Marvel versus DC omnibus.
Nice. Morning. Good afternoon to JustinComicx. Hello, everyone. Madam giving off that Michelle Pfeiffer vibes. Excellent. Hello, everyone. Happy Halloween. I'm still going to say it, though it's over. No, it's all right. It is the season. Still. Thanksgiving doesn't really get its own season, so it's kind of like the Thanksgiving period now is like, I think officially it's just the transition from Halloween store displays to Christmas store displays.
It's Christmas time, man. They had Christmas store stuff out since before Halloween.
Some places absolutely did. Yeah,
every year it gets more and more, and not necessarily the displays as much as like just, you know, the shipments start coming in, so they start putting it out and slowly start working the shelves. Especially those bigger stores, they got a lot more work to do. So,
well, especially as you know, if you're the reality of the situation is that your season for selling Halloween things really starts to taper off. And same thing with Christmas. As you get closer to the holiday, the sales of those decoration stuff tapers off. So you start phasing them out and trying to clear them out before the holiday is over, so that way you can move on. Yeah, Costco's been. I know it's disturbing to me that these goes on that early, but whatever.
I like doing the Christmas. Starting the
Madam,
Christmas early as hell.
Would you like a Pokemon card?
Down here, it doesn't get cold. You know what I mean? We don't get snow, and you know, you're walking around in shorts and flip flops on Christmas Day and stuff. So by starting it November 1st, and like you really, by the time it gets here, you're kind of more in a Christmas mindset. And it also gives me time to beat my staff's spirit down and then rebuild it with Christmas.
Mariah Carey.
Yeah, I thought Mariah Carey out already, and she's going to start singing at the kennel. And
no. Actually, see, I don't mind like in November some of the stuff like right now. Some stuff being out in the stores, it's time to go ahead and get stuff. But for me, like the decorations, the Christmas music, all that stuff doesn't start until the day after Thanksgiving.
No,
it can go up. I can put my decorations up the day after Thanksgiving. I can start having that music playing, whatever, and then it plays until New Year's Day. New Year's Day, then it all comes down.
In utopia, that would work. That would be it.
I'm getting tired of this randomness.
Christmas
remote control light.
Christmas scatters around the year.
My overhead light just suddenly turned off. I think that there's a neighbor. One of and the fan is turning off. I think there's a neighbor who has a remote control that's on a similar setting. Because every once in a while I get this where like my ceiling fan. Let me dim this now. It's too bright. Come on, dimmer.
Mark, you look tired.
I am tired.
There we go. And
it's been
turn the fan
challenging for whatever reason. It's been a pretty challenging week. And
all right, what do you think? I have a hurricane go through or something?
Didn't feel too good yesterday. Just kind of had like a lingering head fog all day yesterday.
Oh,
but
yeah, every
I'll get up. I'm not going to die, so that means I'll be fine. I mean, I'm going to
Some-
die, just not today.
That has the
I
list
hope.
with the highlighted stuff on.
Not
Some
planning.
people don't put their Christmas stuff away until after Christmas. Well, you see, well, I mean, I don't think any
Some
too many
keep their
people.
Christmas stuff out till New Year's. It's supposed to ride.
Yeah,
through.
I mean, New Year's isn't that far off, and I think it's still people think of it still the holiday season. I mean, so usually that's just kind of been my family's tradition. Personally, I don't care. There's not a lot of Yule decorations, but the
Did you use the word Yule?
I did.
That's
So
from that's from the old days.
That's from Little House on the Prairie. We got As the Crow Flies, Yule. We gotta write these down, Rob. We can't let these phrases die.
Oh, did you see your the card you gotten finally for the holiday?
Wait, the
You
one
got
that
a
went
Yule
missing,
card.
I refuse to open
Oh, well, there you go.
because if they wanted me to
Yuletide
open-
greetings, baby. Yeah.
I remember the one from the year before. It had like Santa's face on it, like, and it said Yule.
Okay, yeah. That's the one. I don't remember.
Yeah,
Have you guys ever had one of those Yule logs for Christmas?
what does that even mean?
So okay, I know what you're talking about. So let me first preface that a Yule log is literally a log that you burn in your hearth, but the Yule log that you're referencing, of course, is a cake. And no, I've never. Well, actually, I probably have had one. I've never made one. Instead, I make the meat version, which is called Bacon Explosion,
That sounds awful.
which is bacon
Is it
wrapped in
meatloaf
sausage.
wrapped in bacon?
No. It's bacon wrapped in sausage, wrapped in bacon, and it's still in a. When you cut it, it's round like a log, and when you cut it, it's got that same spiral. Only it's meat around meat. Yeah, it's
And
phenomenal.
it's just all bacon, all pig.
Bacon and Italian sausage. Yeah,
You're going to pig hell, I think. When you
it's
for
a
doing that.
tasty. It's a tasty,
You
tasty
crossed
hell
the
I'm
line.
going to. No, it's a tasty, tasty space in hell. Yes.
It was filled with a lot of people.
Yes, I'm with you there, Hoarder's Hide. See, I leave my giant Grim Reaper out after Halloween and put Santa's hat on him. There you go. Well, for me, I just have Nightmare Before Christmas stuff all year round. And in my garden, I have, people have gnomes in their garden, right? I have zombie gnomes throughout the garden.
That's
And they stay out year round. So all these like dead gnomes climbing out of the ground and like zombie walking stuff from underneath all the plants and stuff. Yeah.
And it's like Easter and they're there, right?
I thought you were cool. Thank you so much for that, Hoarder's Hide. Yeah. No, ironically, the early Yule logs was you actually would bring in a tree into the home and start to put it in the fireplace. And you would slowly feed it into the log, into the fireplace slowly as it goes. And that's the tradition of bringing a tree into your home for the holidays.
I didn't know that. I just thought it was a tasty French concoction or something.
French pastry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what are you gonna do? Anyways, so here we are on another Friday. I don't know about you guys, but it is going to be an adventure for me today. I'm doing this show. After this show, I got to pack, get in my car, drive to Southern California, and get there, check into my hotel before I have whatever evening shows I'm doing. Doing Only Slabs on the Road.
Oh wow! Why are you?
What's in SoCal?
Why are you leaving?
I'm leaving to go to Southern California because the Comic Book Fiend Club is doing their Fiends Giving celebration this weekend down there, and heading down there for that.
How far is that drive?
I haven't looked. I think it's 5 or 6 hours.
Gross.
Are you gonna be cosplaying yourself, Rob?
That's the only person I know how to cosplay.
That's not true. I seen you cosplay me the first time I met you at a con. You were wearing cargo shorts and flip flops. I'm like, this motherfucker right here.
California, brother. I could say you're cosplaying a Californian.
That's fair.
Except it would just take your Mingo shirt and swap it for like a surf shirt or something, and you'd be good to go.
Yeah. Strip me of my freedom, and then we're the same person.
Give you some puka shells. I got it.
Why is it fun for people on the East Coast to crap on California?
Everybody likes to make fun of California for some reason. I think it's
just fun.
there's a lot of I think stereotypes that are made.
Yeah,
that are
like that natural competition, like that natural messing around that people do, like when they're sports fans. You know, like I just like to I like to jab at other teams. It's fun to do that with
there's
other
a certain amount of political divisiveness that has spread to make it like where it's a butt of many jokes. When it's California's a lot of different spaces.
And it's been like that since I can ever remember, even being a little kid. Like,
and California is so big that it definitely it's got problems. There's always that. I think every state has problems, but I think because it's such a big state and it's such a economic juggernaut that it gets more attention than other states do. I mean, nobody pays attention to what the hell's going on in Wyoming.
The two most popular states in the U.S. is without a doubt New York and California. Like, there's no question to it. And those two always get.
Florida's going to be behind there. Then.
Well, I'm saying like those are the two that, like, no matter who, it's like
you talk about the state, about California, Texas, Florida, and New York.
Like, you go anywhere in the world and people like can name at least New York and California, like anywhere in the world.
And Texas. Don't leave Texas out. I mean, let's be honest.
Sure.
John's right. Yeah, California could be 3 states for sure. I mean, and it probably should be. It probably should be in reality because it's so hard. Well, I voted for separating the state into more than one state every single time it comes up on the ballot because the reality of the situation is it's too big of a to be managed the way it is, and it's not, and it's so different. It's just like when you go to like some of the countries in the Middle East stuff where you have multiple regions and stuff that have been forced together, and you have these very different groups of people, and you're forcing them to try to live together under one government, and there's always strife and problems. It's the same thing you have here. You have very different people in the rural areas of California, which are probably just as much. If you went to some of these areas in California, you would think they're very much just like you went around the corner from your house. There's a lot of areas very much like that. Then, of course, there's Southern California in the LA, San Diego, that type area, which are very different from the Bay Area. And all of them are, very unique. So, but
large parts of Cali, Steve. There's some country Cali. You get into northern Cali and stuff. You're talking wildlife living, aren't you?
What's that?
Don't you have like kind of like more wildlife living, forests and all that stuff when you get to northern
in the north? Yeah. Well, it's because it's different. I mean, the southern part of I mean, look at the parallels of on the globe of where it goes. You go from down to the southern part of California, which is very much equal to being in the middle of North Africa, or actually not even North Africa, in the middle almost of the southern parts of North Africa. The Bay Area is on par with like the middle of the Mediterranean as far as a climate goes. And then you get to Northern California, and that's much more. You get in the north area, that's now much more in like some of the middle of Europe and stuff from a climate wise standpoint, as people think about it. And so, you have desert at the south, and you have, very dense, evergreen, forests, the redwood forests and everything else in the north, and the mountains of the Sierra Nevadas, and we have the ocean, and we have.
I'd love to visit the redwoods, but like they're on the other side of the world.
Yeah, if you ever leave Georgia and come this way, I'll take you to the one that you can drive through.
I've been through that one, Rob.
Although modern cars are getting harder and harder to drive through it. last time we went, we had
to charge them out there.
Well, no. We rented a convertible, a Mustang. Last time we went out for like a big road trip, my wife and I. And when we were coming back around, we went through there, and you like to get the Mustang through the trees, like you had to fold the mirrors in, and you had to like creep in, because when the cutout was made, cars were narrower and smaller and everything else than they are today.
That'd be cool if they had like little tricycles just on the side of the road there, where you could park your car and get on a tricycle and just take your ass through the tree.
We live a different life in
I did
Kansas.
it.
Well, you know what? You live a different life in Kansas than people do in Texas, than people do in any state. I mean, it's very different. And depending on what part of California, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Look, I don't have snow where I'm at. I can go to the snow. It's only a couple hours away, but where I live, there's no snow. There's no humidity. The temperature is fairly temperate year round. Look, I was joking with Chris Comic Vet the other day that I'm wearing sweatshirt now. It's sweatshirt weather because the temperatures dropped into the upper 60s. And I've put my windows and doors are open still because the dog's going in and out and stuff. So, yeah, snow does mean cocaine. What are you talking about? So, it's not like it's it's very different. I get it. I've traveled. I've lived in Vermont. I know what true weather is. I understand this, what seasons are, even if I don't get them here and I grew up here. So, and I appreciate them.
I remember when I went from Wisconsin to
and don't get me
Arizona.
wrong, I'm not married to living here forever, but
I know
I
that.
do. I am married. I do really like the climate. It's tough. It's tough when your climate is essentially throughout the year, you maybe have a dozen days that break 100 and a dozen days where the overnight low hits freezing point. And most of the time during the winter, your high is in the mid 60s, and in the summer, it's in the mid 80s. That's with low humidity. That's real tough to live in. Let me tell you.
Steve, doing good, man. I didn't have any structural damage. I had a tree lean over onto my house. Luckily, the tree was close to the house, the tree that fell, so it wasn't able to get any momentum. But I am getting a new roof out of it, due to the branches messing up enough shingles, and the roof could have been getting a new roof soon anyways, kind of thing, relative to how long the roof lasts. So when they talk about doing repairs versus replacements, it's one of those conversations where they look at what's there. And then the second building, like where my comics are and stuff, it's getting a new roof on it as well. We got all the insurance stuff taken care of. We picked out our shingles, and we're on the schedule. So it should be, they said it'd take about 2 weeks because the volume of stuff, which we're on the front end of everything, because while I was working and cleaning and cutting up wood and stuff, my mom was an all-star, man. She was on the phone when she could get service, or going up to the insurance places and talking to them in person, like within 48 hours of the storm, because so we got trees cleared, debris covering front yards and stuff, but everything's rocking and rolling. The Kindle property is a little different. I don't own that property, so it's not me working the insurance angle, and it's a hurry up and wait thing with the insurance company over there, trying to push the issue to go ahead and get some checks and put some money back into accounts over there, though, because we front-ended a lot of stuff over there, like getting rid of trees and all that stuff, and then just turning in receipts. So insurance is going to be real slow with that, but I'm ready to put that money back into accounts.
Yeah.
It's a whole thing. It was interesting seeing how many people took advantage of all the tree debris as part of their Halloween setups this year. There was one lady when I was from work a week and a half ago. I pulled into my neighborhood, and she's standing in the road just at the front of her yard with that like the cotton that you can spread out and hang it up, make it look like it's spider web. She's just throwing it on the pile of debris. Just throwing fake spider webs on the debris pile. It's awesome.
Excited for is tomorrow yeah, I guess it is.
James says
tomorrow's November 2nd. Yeah, I guess it is. I didn't even think about it. That's how excited I am. I wasn't even paying attention or thinking about it.
Yeah, I hope everybody wins.
I'm sure everybody.
I'll have to check it out later. Like I said, I'll be busy. So
I'll be hanging out with Bart. I'm not going to be able to catch it live. That's okay though. That's a good thing about YouTube. It's rewatchable. But just like I said last year, the way that I see the award show, I just think there's something fun to do for the community to have, something to to participate in and interact with. But there's some people out there who take it differently, who push hard for them, and they want that win, and it means something different to them. And to them, I say, I hope you win. Those are the people I want to win. The people who take that shit seriously and all that stuff. If that shit takes up space in your head, my God, I hope you get to put a trophy there. Saw a couple Batman, Superman, and 2 Power Rangers last night. Yeah, dude, I saw a lot of DC representation. Dude, there's this mom walking around with her kid, and I just rocked my James Gunn Superman shirt. And this lady and her kids are crossing by us, and she's wearing a Superman shirt. And she's like, I like your shirt. I'm like, thank you. I like your shirt. And then Pop said, nice shirt. She goes, yeah, I was going to do Batman, but somebody was already doing Batman. But as long as it's DC, we're all good. I'm like, whoa, yes.
Wow.
Yes. Let's go. Yeah. Oh, that's a good point too, T-Dubs. Yeah. Some people don't learn from heartbreak. They experience, and then it's like no lesson learned for some reason. Expectations are the enemy of happiness.
All right, you guys, I'm gonna let you go. I just want to hop on because I got such
What
a
the
nice.
fuck are you about to go do now? You're wearing an entire outfit.
I'm not. All you see is just from here up, right? So it's
Valid point. She's over there quirky pig in it, got no pants on.
Straight up Winnie the Pooh.
my ears here. Hold on.
That's all, folks.
She's like, oh, that's why she didn't comment when Taylor said it must be hard to use the bathroom. So no, it's not. When you don't have pants on, it's super easy.
All right. I am gonna go to Vegas this weekend though, so I gotta go.
Oh
You walking? You got to get going now. It's a long walk. No. What are you doing? Casinos, shows, all of the above, visiting friends?
I'm headlining, of course. No,
Cat
my friend has a softball tournament there.
Oh, cool. Kind of cool. That's not really cool. Softball.
All right. I love you
Well, I
guys.
hope they win. Enjoy your trip.
Thank you. Enjoy your weekend, everybody.
You as well.
Thank you.
Steve, do y'all have a lot of trick-or-treaters in your neighborhood? I know Steve has got the neighborhood thing as well. We're lucky we don't have to go anywhere to trick-or-treat.
You know what I don't have that Steve has? I don't have hail the size of fucking balls.
You don't have tornadoes either, bro.
I don't know. What's a tornado?
We had I think they said like they confirmed 12 tornadoes during the it works like when a big hurricane's come in the outskirts of it.
I think they have is anytime a bunch of trailers congregate, they have a tornado.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the X-Force 1 debacle that Beckerman pointed out. You put too many long boxes beside each other, X-Force 1 materializes. Same thing with
True. Yeah.
trailers and tornadoes.
That's totally fair.
It is. Did you see Venom yet?
I haven't seen any of the Venom movies yet.
Okay, so that one's not on your radar at all.
I keep saying eventually I'm going to watch it. I've actually gotten so far as I think Venom 1 showed up on like the Hulu thing, and I added it to like my movies to like bookmark it. But yeah, I haven't even.
The Venom franchise is really odd for me. You know, typically I like to try to. I watch almost everything. You know what I mean? Like I want to at least see it. And for the first Venom, like I sat down to watch it, and I got distracted and went to do something else and didn't finish it. And then later I tried to sit down and watch it again, and it just couldn't hold my attention, having seen the first little bit of it, and it just didn't resonate. So the same thing happened. And then at a later date, I was able just to catch like the latter half that I hadn't seen yet. So I've never sat down and watched it like unbroken, and I've never had the desire to go back. And then with Venom 2, I went to the theater and sat down and watched it and was ridiculously disappointed. So I have like this weird viewing experience for this franchise. So Venom 3 is going to be interesting. It looks fun. Like I've been saying when that trailer came out, like just from a goofy, corny sci-fi action standpoint. And I've kind of been able to, there's been enough time in enough of these movies to disassociate my idea of Venom from these movies.
That's kind of what I'm hearing from everybody. It's like, yeah, now I know now what to expect. I know it's not that, and it's just whatever. So I lowered my expectations, and now I think it's not too bad. And I get that. I've done that with many movies. I've gone in with low expectations, and you come out of it and go, oh, that was better than I thought it was going to be. So therefore, I'm happy. I guess I should do that with many other things, relationships in life. Just go into it thinking it's going to be shit, and
show up. Why are you in such a bad mood? Don't worry about it. And by the time you're gone, everyone's like, "Thanks for coming, Rob. This was awesome."
yeah, exactly. Huh?
Yeah, that was the same reason I stopped like following and reading Venom comics and stuff. I know everyone, like most people, loved and praised the Donny Cates run, and I don't think there was anything inherently wrong with it. It just doesn't resonate with me. I'm like, I'm not into this like cosmic space daddy deity kind of thing. It's just, I don't know. Just
it was somewhat interesting and fun for a bit, but it kind of got towards the end. It kind of went like, all right, well, let's just wrap this up and go. And then this last volume's just been like, oh, I thought we had moved on past this. Why did we make a new volume if we're still dealing with frickin' Brock the God or whatever? And it's like,
that kid's name also
Dylan. Yeah. And it wasn't like he wasn't the focus of it. The focus wasn't on Venom. That was like the annoying part. So it's like, okay, I just stopped reading it and picking it up. And now, like, even though they're doing this whole new Venom, I'm done. I know I'm not interested. I wasn't reading Venom before. I kind of got hooked on the Cates run, kind of all the hype sucked me in.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm ready to. I'm like, nope, I'm moved on. Thanks.
But that's really good for the industry, though. And I'm trying to think, like, it looks like that Cates hype. I don't think we saw like kind of like a unifying hype like that again until Ultimate Spider-Man came out, right?
I'm trying to think if there's been something that kind of blew up in between them. I think
like an actual reading experience hype. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe. Well, I think there's been a couple indies that have done it. I mean, there's been some stuff with like
people force that though. There's like, I got a whole like idea on the whole indie.
I don't know, Do a Power Bomb got really freaking was a.
Well, that's true, and that's for good reason. Like Daniel Warren Johnson has been batting 1,000 since he came out. He was almost like a niche creator, but like something about the timing with that was perfect because he did that Beta Ray Bill book, and that was like his first Marvel book after like he had built this indie following. Like he's
take it easy, John. I'm going to be in Corona, so I don't know what.
He's a massive can do no wrong creator, and then he does Beta Ray Bill, and he gets on more people's radar. And that Beta Ray Bill book was tied to the events of the Donny Cates Thor stuff, which was like the hype connected to the Venom and everything, and people were following along. So I think it really put people on the map there. And so when Do a Power Bomb came out, people didn't actually skip it. More people tried it out, and that was really his discover moment, like where he became like that name. Yeah, I agree with that, T-Dubs. But the whole indie hypothesis I have is people are trying to force another Walking Dead. And what I mean is like everyone missed The Walking Dead. Everyone missed it. And what I mean by that is like no one was there from day one and was on board I just made out like a bandit train. No one ordered a bunch of copies of #1 and got all these first appearances, and it became a cultural phenomenon years after it came out. So everyone's been trying to be a day one collector of the next cultural phenomenon. So whenever an indie one comes out, people pick up in like issue 1s of Independence and then won't even grab #2, but they'll just grab them to have them just in case. So when a book that comes out is halfway decent, it'll get this hopeful kind of momentum. People are, this is going to be good. This is the one, when it's just another indie book. But people really, really want it to be Something Is Killing the Children because a lot of people were there for that, and the option happened and everything, and the extension. But I'm with Taylor. It's massively boring, overhyped.
I hear like, I don't know. There's a couple of, I see obviously a lot of hype about some, but there are a couple that I hear people multiple issues in who just talk about like, I think some of them, well, they've never blown up quite the same as Venom. I think they've done some good idea of at least drawing eyes to those third party titles, right? And getting people to look at stuff, whether it be being able to do this hype with Ghost Machine, whether it be Beneath the Trees, whether it's Ice Cream Man, whether it's, do a Power Bomb. These are some of the bigger titles that even though I pay no attention to them, I hear them all the time. People are constantly talking about these titles. And I think that's good, at least in helping to add some diversity where there's more. I think part of that's driven by two things. I think one, that you got some good writers working over there that are putting out some good stuff. But I think there's also, as we have an older collector base, there's a lot of older collectors that are just have grown out of. They may still love and have this affinity for what they remember as kids, these action heroes, superhero stuff, but the stories themselves aren't exciting them, or they're repetitive, or they're unrecognizable from what they remember, from what their nostalgia is, and so they start looking for other things.
That's fair.
And we're willing to branch out and do new stuff, and we think differently about comics.
Rob, first off, good morning, Izzy.
Hey, what's up, guys? I wasn't saying anything because I just walked into a conversation. I haven't heard anything.
But that comment about the action movie stars made me think. So I did a members only stream within the last week.
You were opening up a little bit of mail.
Yeah, opened 9 packages because they're all piling up next to me. Like the tower is touching the ceiling with over 20 packages, and now I had like a stack of like 10 packages that are piling up next to me. So I opened 9 of them. As of right now, I have 15 unopened packages because they're still coming in. But that made me think I can open one now because you just gave me an idea. And look, they even handwrote thank you in there. This is from Comic Book Quest, a shop I'd never heard about, but they're taking advantage of the fantastic opportunity for these biography books from Tidal Wave. You know that publisher Tidal Wave that does the one shots of different celebrities?
Yeah, they're the one that did the Stone Cold book.
Yeah, and what it is, it's a great opportunity for shops to do some variants. Like, BTC's done like the different rappers and the Eminem stuff, and even Magic Lasso here on YouTube, Ryan, he wrote the story for the Loretta Lynn one that they did a while back. But I saw that they had this one, and I'm like, I've got to have that. But the Arnold one. When it comes to like what Rob was talking about, that where you're looking for that nostalgia, like Terminator is a big one for me. Like,
right.
That's a good one though.
Yeah. So when that Terminator series just came out and I saw that, I'm like, this is an Arnold book, and I'm definitely going to read it because I think that this guy's story is phenomenal. But I'm just going to file it with my Terminator that just came out.
I like that one because it's the OG Terminator that people seem to forget about.
I don't think anyone forgets about the OG Terminator.
No, buddy. I'm talking about the OG. I'm talking about the Terminator that actually terminates. Most people think of Terminator 2.
Hero. They think of him as but
that's the villain.
Is one of the rare movies that has a 100% Rotten Tomatoes score, and it's not animated. Animated features get 100% all the time. It's like it's not even real. But this is limited to only 50 copies. This is number 29 of 50. And it's Rudy Al did the cover, the same person who did the cover for the C-list villains when they did that variant for God, I don't even remember the name of the book, but it was an Aftershock book or something, a little 5-issue mini series. But man, this does look great. Rudy did a great job on it. It almost looks palette knife-ish when you get close to it.
Yeah,
I love the red dots for the eyes.
Yeah,
that's cool.
That's super cool.
I'm excited. I like it. It almost makes me want to go out and buy it.
It's super affordable. And they just announced the next one that's coming out is a Keanu Reeves book. And they have their exclusive for that one is they have him as Constantine, but with a beard. It looks really cool. He's holding the holding like a spell book. He's got the jacket on. If they didn't have the beard, I probably would have bought it that second. But with the beard and the longer hair, I was like,
So John Wick version.
Yeah, it looks like John Wick cosplaying as Constantine.
Yeah.
See, that's a movie that it's not like the source material, and I accepted it.
What, Constantine?
Constantine.
It was pretty. I mean, what was different for you?
Well, first of all, he wasn't British. That's the first part.
Well, he's acting as Constantine. I think that's okay. I saw Bryan Cranston play a guy who was paraplegic in a movie one time, and
he's not paraplegic.
Found out Bryan Cranston can walk. I'm like, what is this bullshit? He's not even.
Yeah, I think you got to remember, Izzy. If you had you can't have Constantine movie have a British person play Constantine because American audiences will think he's evil because British accent.
But you have to have a British person play an American actor, play an American character all the time.
Yeah,
but he'd have to play with an American accent so people would think he was a good guy. In which case, why bother to have him there? Because then all of a sudden he no longer sounds British. So,
yeah.
Oh, so that's why they got Gavin Rossdale from Bush to be one of the characters. If you remember.
Got what? Didn't hear you.
Gavin Rossdale was in the movie. Remember?
I don't even know who that is.
He's the lead singer of Bush.
Okay.
He's in the movie. He's British.
I know the band Bush. They did a lot of music for American World from Paris. The Science of Things was one of their early albums.
I remember Bush.
16
Like
Stone is their first album.
I remember that album was like in heavy rotation on the modern rock station when I was working in radio. But beyond that, I don't know anything about the band.
Well, Gavin Rossdale, he's the lead singer of Bush. He was in Constantine.
Who do you play? I mean, because you said
he played one of the demon characters. So he was like a secondary villain, but he wasn't like the main. He wasn't the main villain. So he was definitely a demon character. He had like a suit.
Yeah, I got you. He's the one that got brass knucked.
Yeah, that's him. That's the lead singer of Bush. He was also married to Gwen Stefani at one time. They even have children together.
Wow, we've learned a whole new repertoire of information we didn't know about. And his
I like Bush. I like Bush.
You're a big fan of the Bush.
I'm a big fan of the Bush.
I'm wondering if this was supposed to be a introduction to Hellblazer or whether or not he's saying that Hellblazer.
Hellblazer, all right. Matt said he liked the actor who played Constantine was pretty good too. Constantine, Keanu, obviously, but on the television show and in the animated features, he came back for the voice. But Matt Ryan,
Matt Ryan, that's his name.
Did him on TV.
Yeah.
Was he British enough for you? Is he?
Yeah, he was definitely and blonde enough too. Just like this, Constantine's also blonde.
Where are you on the way to today?
I just drop off my daughter for her sessions that she does every day now. And now I'm on my way home from the city. I'm actually across the street from the Javits Center where New York Comic Con was. That's where I'm currently at.
Get your Uber light on?
Yeah.
That's one way to make money is Uber your way there and Uber your way home.
You see, you can't, in all fairness, in order to get an Uber, to be an Uber driver in New York City, you actually have to have the taxi license. So that's the thing. I know in some places you don't need it. You can just turn your car into.
The other thing is kind of annoying. You think that that'd be a great thing to do, Mark, but the problem is then next thing you know, you end up you don't always know where you're going, and next thing you know, you're going in the wrong damn direction for where you wanted to go. And
I thought they had to put in their pickup and drop off thing when they're.
I have no idea. I've never done it, nor do I have any inclination
for Ubering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not an Uber driver. I have friends that are Uber drivers, of course, but I'm not an Uber driver.
I think you'd be a good Uber driver.
I would be. I know the city really, really well. It's just not my thing. I hate driving in general.
I don't mind driving. It's the traffic I hate.
I hate driving. I despise it. I just have to do it. You know what I mean? It's like one of those things that you just have to do.
Yeah, you don't own a bicycle.
I used to, from time to time, like at least when I had different cars, not the current car, but I would go out like on a Sunday and go out to the country, stuff to go drive the mountain roads and stuff, and just have some fun driving, or go out with the car club and go driving in different places. It was fun, but now it's not. Part of that has to do with what car you're driving, but the other part of it is depending on what you're doing. And for me, driving around, like around here, I joke that this city actively hates drivers and hates fuel economy, and they go out of their way to make it so that way driving 5 minutes takes 30 minutes to get across town, because you can never hit consecutive green lights. Like the expressway, you would think that the lights, if you traveled the speed limit, that there was a chance that you could hit successive green lights. Nope. Forget it. The only way to hit green lights successively is to go about 15 miles an hour over the speed limit. And then you can hit 4 or 5 of them in a row before you have to stop.
And then you got the cops to stop you.
Right. But it seems like almost everywhere I go trying to get across this town that I live in, it's just 90% of the red lights between you and your destination you will hit, and they'll just turn red as you're coming up on the intersection. There'll be nobody going the other way, but you have to sit there and wait a freaking longest cycle you've ever been in your life, and it just takes literally 5 times the time it should to travel across town.
Yeah.
So I hate it.
Yeah, my hatred of driving stems from when I first got my license. See, I was the first person in my household to get a driver's license. In New York, you don't really need a car. But to get to do certain things, like go to Jersey and stuff like that, there's a need, right? So when I first got my license and eventually got my first car, I was happy. I was ecstatic about it, like anybody else would. But then it ended up becoming more of a chore, to the point that it was so frustrating for me, because I found myself just doing chores for people. Like, when I mean people, I really mean like my family and stuff like that. Because not even my wife was like that. It was like my mom and my sisters at the time, and they were like, "Hey, can you take me here? Can you take me here?" And when it comes to them, I know how to say no to pretty much everybody. When it comes to saying no to my mother in general, that's when it becomes challenging. You know what I mean? Because if you say no to her, then she's gonna find something on you. She's gonna use something against you in some way, and it becomes a chore, and it got to that point.
It was a mixed blessing for me. I lived up in Boulder Creek when I first started driving up in the mountains here. So it became really liberating to have a car, because everywhere you had to go, otherwise as a kid I had to take the bus, and it was like long, arduous things, and most of the time the bus got you within maybe a couple miles of where you wanted to go, then you had to walk the rest of the way or ride your bike or something, which sucked. So having a car was great, but my first car was a pickup truck, so that meant everybody it is and it isn't. Every one of your friends who needs something fucking hauled is oh, hey Rob, can you give me a hand? I need to haul this here. I need to haul this there. I need to haul this there. You're like, oh, son of a fucking bitch. Yeah. So yeah,
my first truck was a Ford Ranger, my first vehicle. I love that thing.
Mine was a 19. Of course, the year is gonna.
Mine was 96.
Mine was an 86, but again, it was like probably. What was this? 1990, so it was only like 4 years old or something.
Yeah.
Maybe it was even earlier than that, but it was a 1986 Isuzu Pup. So it was a little mid 80s mini trucks, but it had a long bed. So it was a mini truck with an 8-foot bed. It was a lot.
Yeah. My first car was a 1992 green Plymouth Voyager.
Oh, look at that.
That was
Taylor had the
ugly.
1983 Dodge Aries. I had a buddy of mine who had like an 81 Dodge Aries, and he got from his grandmother's barn, and we ended up, he just to really mess with it, because this was like in the 90s when he got it. He went and got to Craco or Kragen or whatever auto parts store, and got some Snap-on spinner hubcaps, plastic spinner hubcaps. Do his own pimpy
You
ride.
remember?
So
you remember the spinner hubcaps? Oh, so bad.
Oh god, yeah.
They were terrible.
Brian, that's not even fair. You start off with a 79 Firebird, you
Ooh.
sucker.
Oh, that's nice right there.
Yeah, must have been nice. 88 Cavalier. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah,
70 Nova SS. Wow.
Everybody's getting these first cars that are really cool. I get this crappy green Plymouth Voyager. There's nothing sexy about that car.
Well, I went from the Isuzu pickup truck, which, by the way, hi, I'm Joe Isuzu. Just for anybody who remembers. So that truck had nothing because 4-banger import mini truck, and then I went when that truck got totaled. I couldn't afford much. I ended up picking up a Mazda GLC hatchback that I picked up. It was from a tow company that was like selling the license because nobody had ever claimed the vehicle, type of thing, right? Bought it at some auction, and it was like held together literally with baling wire and duct tape at points. It had a key that was made for it that just barely turned the tumblers, so it could actually open up like 1 out of every 5 Mazdas. But I remember that car. When that car had issues for a while, thank God it was a stick, because there were times where I had to push start that car constantly until I changed out the starter. But yeah,
I never had a small car. Every car I've had has either been a minivan or SUV.
Oh no, dude!
Yeah, I can't drive a small car. It feels weird.
I've gone back and forth because I would go to the GLC. Then at one point I had an Impala at one time, and then I went from the Impala, to like the pickup, my big double cab pickup, and then from that down into the Fiat Abarth. That was the biggest. That Abarth could have fit in the back of the.
I remember I got into an accident. And the rental, they gave me an Impala for a rental, and I loved it only because at that time that was the police vehicle. Yep. So I would drive it like I was a cop.
It was it was a nice car.
It was big too. It had a big interior.
The trunk could fit. The trunk was like a 7-body trunk on that damn thing too, because I could put my golf clubs in lengthwise and stuff, and it was a nice car. But I remember I was just driving down the freeway on it one day, and all of a sudden, it just dropped out of gear, and it was because it was an automatic. It just lost the high gear, and I took it in and it was still under warranty. I was just barely under warranty still. And they went to, they said, we're going to rebuild the transmission or something. And I started looking online, and I'm realizing that there was a lot of, this is a thing that was happening to a lot of these cars, but they would replace the transmission. And I'm like, so because I'm like 4,000 miles left under warranty, you're going to just fucking rebuild it instead of replace it like everybody else. And then I start looking at all the other things that there was a series of things at different points that people were reporting were issues they were having. I'm like, all right, I'm going to take this. I'm getting rid of this car now before all this. I can see what's in my future. Yeah. I'm dumping this car.
You see, that's the one thing I don't play with. When there's a transmission issue on my vehicle, that's when I'm done with the vehicle. I don't like playing with transmissions. They seem to be finicky, or they don't get fixed properly. So I'm done. Next. You know what I mean? The problem I was having with my minivans was always the water pump. I think every time the water pumps would go bad.
Never owned a minivan, I couldn't say.
Yeah.
I aspire to own one.
The closest thing I ever got to was that Toyota Tundra double cab.
Yeah. one of my favorite cars was my Dodge Durango. Ooh, I had the cherry red Durango. It was a '99 Durango. I love that vehicle. That sucker was heavy duty because pretty much it has the body of a truck. So, and it wasn't like all these other cars that are plastic. So I got hit once. This lady hit my car, and she ended up getting this nasty fender bender, right? Meanwhile, my car was just perfectly fine. So she hit me, and she looked at me like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Do you need my insurance?" And I looked at my car, like, I looked at her car, and I looked at my car. I was like, "No, I'm good. Just be careful next time."
I'm just suddenly came to my realization. I saw a commercial the other day for a car that was the first time in a long time. I was like super excited. I had to go run to the internet to go look at it. Probably hadn't felt this way since I heard that Alfa Romeo was coming back to America, and then was really disappointed, unfortunately, with the results of the Alfa Romeo coming back to America. But I saw that, and then again, like that, I was kind of disappointed once I went and looked up what it was. But it was a commercial for Scout. The Scout automobiles are coming back. If you remember the old Scout International Scouts, of course, International's no longer, they're not making those type things. It's Scout automobiles is apparently they're making electric. It's all electric, so they're making an electric pickup truck and an electric SUV under the Scout name. I was all really excited at first, and then I realized that this is not what I thought it was. But that's just the modern day, right? Build me up, get me excited with nostalgia, and then let me down with the actual results.
They're just taking advantage of the name recognition.
Yeah, well,
pretty much.
I mean, and it really goes very anti, because we had a International Scout too growing up, and I mean that thing got like 8 miles to the gallon. So now to get a car that's get a full electric with that's a completely opposite side of the spectrum there. That was the vehicle that we used primarily as like the tow vehicle for towing the trailer and towing this stuff as a kid.
Wow, 8 miles per gallon. That's awesome.
I don't know if that's legit what the fuel economy was. That's just what I remember my dad saying all the time.
Yeah, but I get it. I get what you're saying. It's just the thought of it is like, ugh.
Maybe it was 8 miles. Maybe it was 8 miles to the gallon when we were pulling the trailer. That might have been, But the point was, look,
it was actually 10 miles.
the Scout was not built for fuel economy. Let's just say that.
No.
Right?
Next unboxing, you ready?
We are. Hit me with
What you got?
Oh,
you got the New York Comic Con. Is that Mark Simmons, right? Is it Mark Simmons?
David Sanchez.
I'm thinking someone else.
It's the same book. It's the same Fame Arnold one shot. This one is the Commando cover. Jeff Loeb, comic book writer, actually wrote this film.
Limited to 100, huh?
Yeah,
Jeff
limited to
Loeb
100.
wrote Commando?
This is number 54. Yeah.
Oh, wow, I did not know that.
Maybe 8 miles a gallon on a cold day. Yeah. With your 4 cars.
Oh, look at that! You got the two together.
Of course.
You got to put your superior stands next to each other and take a photo of them together.
Even with those mini trucks China has. I'm just curious, actually, where are all the freaking mini trucks from the 80s? That what happened to all those cars? Yeah, after a billion people slammed those things to the ground and everything else, whatever happened to all of those things? Are they in junkyards somewhere? Did people redo the suspensions on them to make them serviceable trucks? I just don't see. Every once in a while I might see some like really old late 70s Toyota mini pickup truck or a Datsun somewhere, usually being used by some landscaper with a billion things hanging off the side, or else it's running around town picking up pallets or cardboard to be recycled or something. But that's about like all I ever see. You don't see them very much. They gotta be out there somewhere. Anyways,
I don't know.
it is. Where is it? You guys out there, you know, if you can join us here, you can be part of this exciting panel. I know.
So yeah, Izzy,
Is Madame around or what?
She came and left.
Jeff Loeb wrote this movie, but a lot of people don't know he wrote other movies like Teen Wolf. There's that one. He's done a handful of movies.
Who's this? Dude. I'm driving me crazy. I keep getting audio cutting out. I think it's my headset.
No, I'm hearing it too. I think it's just Izzy's car. We're used to hearing the white noise and then it drops.
Well, there's a part of that. I know that, but then there's also other times where it's like you, and I think it's not you. I don't think it's you. I think it's my headset. I've been having this issue lately. I think that the Bluetooth between the computer and this headset's not as stable as I'm used to. I'm used to the wired headset, and so I have to deal with. Do I deal with that versus, but have to be tethered to the computer, or the freedom to be able to get up and like go get a comic book from the garage or something while still listening to what's going on the stream or type of stuff. But the other problem is these headphones though are noise canceling, so that I can't hear anything else that's going on in the house, and people are yelling at me and stuff. And I'm like, what?
That sounds like a gift.
Yeah. Well, not the people. Or there's nobody really to yell at me. Who am I kidding? Mary, that's about it.
Now it's just sad.
Yeah,
So there's no one to yell at me.
Yeah, my youngest is away at school. My oldest hides in his room, and my wife is sometimes here, sometimes not.
All right. What were you saying, Mark, before I got cut off because of the network?
Yeah, Jeff
sometimes
Loeb wrote
sometimes you cut out.
Jeff Loeb wrote Commando. He wrote Teen Wolf. He's got a
Teen Wolf. I knew.
Yeah, he's got a handful of movies.
Yeah. Yeah, because he started out as a TV writer, no, a movie writer, something like that, right? Him and what's the other one? I'm thinking of Kane or something like that.
I'm trying to remember whose house. When Jeff Loeb was young, he like went to. God, he lived near some comic writer that was already established in the industry. Can't remember who it was. He has like a really interesting story of getting into the industry.
Yeah. Jeff Loeb's an interesting writer to me. I actually like his writing style. It's simple, but I like it.
I don't think anyone dislikes it. He's kind of one of those.
No, there's people that don't like his writing.
I mean, there's always exceptions to every rule, but he's kind of a universally praised name in comic books.
Well, the thing I think what I like about his writing is that he understands who he's working with, right? So if he's given a book and he says, "Hey, your artist is going to be Jim Lee," then he knows what to do with it. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I'm excited for Hush too, because it's like what Jeff Loeb knew how to do is like, okay, I know people want to see Jim Lee draw as many villains as he possibly can, right? So that's what he did. He threw that in there. So, and he actually did give us the return of Jason Todd, even though it wasn't, it was a precursor to what's going to be, the Red Hood storyline. But
yeah, they tried to do a fake out, but it was in fact Jason Todd. Like they did when you read the book, you're like, oh my God, Jason Todd's back. Then you're like, oh no, it was just Clayface. But then you continue the storyline and everything, and you get to the Secret Files and Origins one shot, and you find out that Jason Todd and Clayface were there.
Yeah.
It was in fact Jason Todd there as well.
Mm-hmm.
So they did like a little doo-wop.
Yeah. Which I actually really enjoyed that storyline because it was a month to month, and as you read it, every issue ended with that cliffhanger. So when you had that particular cliffhanger that it turns out that this was Jason Todd, you just went, what the hell? And then you had to wait a whole month for it, which I love cliffhangers in comics. They just don't make them like that a lot. So it was really good, man, back then. He understood the strengths of Jim Lee. So I can't wait for Hush 2.
Did you read the story that they did? Because this has been kind of out there for almost a year now that this story is coming. They just announced it. It's new to a lot of people, but they did that Hush Deluxe hardcover about a year ago, and in the back of it, Jeff Loeb and Jim Lee did 8 new page story, and it ended with "to be continued." So people
Oh no, I
knew.
haven't read.
That's what I'm saying.
That.
So for like a year now, like me and Paul talked about this like probably about a year ago on At Week's End when that book came out with those 8 new pages. It ends with "to be continued." So we just like if you picked that up or followed or knew about that story in there and read it, you've just been waiting on this announcement to happen, kind of thing. They'll announce it when they announce it.
That's a long waiting period, though.
Yeah, they wanted to finish it. They wanted to finish it before they announce it because how busy their schedules are, and they didn't want to run into delays and stuff. Because they're not doing a standalone Hush sequel. This story takes place in Batman proper. It'll be the main Batman title issue, 500 and whatever kind of thing. And it'll run for some issues, and then the next Batman writer will take over after their story arc.
Which is cool. I like it when it's actually in the book.
Yeah.
I don't want it to be part of a limited series. I like it when the comic book gets the story, the actual ongoing, which I think is something that's missing out these days. And there's way too many limited series. Way too many.
They help pay the bills. They keep the lights on.
Does it?
It makes you think. Well, yeah, it most definitely does, or they wouldn't do it. You got to think back when they were doing the big shakeup on the corporate level, and they reduced their titles down and everything, and there was pretty much Batman, and then like your main monthlies, and that kept them floating, and then they just expanded back from there. You don't have to like them. You don't want to have to pick them all up, but they sell what they put into them versus what they get back. At least the Batman ones do.
Well, and then you got the other books that they turn them in. They call them limited series, which are technically they're ongoings, but they're changing it so that people will buy like the number 1 or something like that, or they don't feel overwhelmed by a number system that's too high for them. Even though we were okay during our day, we didn't have a problem with that.
Yeah, look, they figured out that modern audiences they do better with when they have some context of where to start a series. I think it's really that simple. Number 1 sell good because it has the number 1 on it. And for people people that have been here know like, okay, the story's continuing, but people that are coming in know, okay, I just need to go to here. It's pretty intimidating seeing a book with it's on an issue number with 4 digits.
Yeah, which I'm fine. I'm fine with that. This is one of those arguments that everybody is like, I'm fine with it. So as long as you keep my legacy numbering intact. So in other words, I want to know what the legacy number would be, so I could properly organize my books, or fill in the run or something like that.
And I talked about this as well. I think last Sunday they earned those legacy numbers, becoming like culturally important characters that have maintained for almost 100 years. They earned that number. It deserves to be on the book.
So I'm perfectly okay with that.
I'm excited about Aquaman. Dude, I'm stoked about Aquaman coming back. Absolutely stoked.
Jeremy Adams is also stoked, man. I was talking to him about it. He's happy about it.
Yeah, I couldn't be more happy with the creative team. John Timms and Jeremy Adams is going to be a home run, guaranteed. What We Do in the Shadows is hilarious. I haven't watched the newest season yet.
No, I haven't seen it either. My wife wants to finish watching Only Murderers before we get into What We Do in the Shadows.
So I've been watching. I'm up to speed with the first 4 episodes of What We Do in Shadows.
Mm-hmm.
It's hilarious.
And as a big fan of the show, I would say the tempo and this one just seems a little bit off from the others. It's
really?
it's definitely a very different temperament. It just feels to me. I don't know. I'm not finding it quite as funny. It's still entertaining, but it's just kind of like, okay, I if nothing else, I am, previous to this, I wasn't ready for this show to be coming to an end.
Yeah.
But during this season, I'm now ready for this this show to come to an end.
That's what happens when you
Are
drag.
they working on like wrapping it up or something like that? Does
Well,
it
this
feel
is-
like it's
this
a
is
wrap
the-
up?
No, it doesn't feel like that necessarily as of yet, but I mean, it's the final season, so.
Yeah, of course. So they're all gonna say their goodbyes and.
Well, I mean, you've had, they can, fortunately, they can just leave it as is. They can just stop doing the documentary, right? Since it's a mockumentary show. I mean, they've called out, they've called out in the show, like they had their forgotten other vampire, vampire that lives in the house that's been apparently asleep for, super slumber for the last several decades that they forgot about. They forgot to wake him up. He can't. He's like, what the fuck is this? What is what do we have people in here filming? Aren't we still hidden from from humans? Like, yeah. Why do you have a documentary in here? But
I want to know who's filming the documentary. We never revealed who's filming the documentary.
right.
So we don't know that part.
So maybe that's the end. How it ends? Who knows?
Yeah. So you have that part. You have will they or won't they with Gil and this guy. What's his name? Forget the other, not Lasso, but the guy, his familiar. That Gil's his familiar.
He's not a familiar. Guillermo. Yeah, Guillermo's not even a familiar anymore. He's on his own.
Yeah. So.
Which is why it's kind of like weird when they put them together and stuff. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Justin Birch.
JBL.
He has come here to grace us with his presence.
Good morning, JB.
Good morning.
How are our day going so far? How is our day going, JBL?
I am well.
That is good to hear. Now it's parking time.
They have shown who's doing the documentary. It's in the movie. Okay.
But the movie is different from the show. It's completely different characters.
Be honest, I've never watched the movie.
The movie's good. It's not as good as the show, but the movie's good. So in the first season, when they go to, when they're going to get their, what's the word? They get called in by the council. The people from the movie are in the council, which Taika Waititi's one of them too. So.
Different house, but same crew. Okay. Yeah. Maybe I'll have to go around and see it.
I want one episode with Johnny Daytona returning. That's what I want to see. At least one more Johnny Daytona. Or Jackie Daytona. I'm sorry, not Johnny.
Oh. I'm hitting my wall. For some reason, I'm tired. Oh, Mark's gone. That's what happens when I'm like multitasking and I'm reading feeds on stuff at the same time. I don't realize that people departed.
No announcement, just left.
Yeah, got up and walked away for a second. Like life just happens. What the hell? Who
Not
knew?
even a courtesy of a smoke bomb.
Right?
But isn't that the best type of smoke bomb?
Maybe. I guess I ultimately same result. I didn't realize it. There you go. Let's make this Flight of Conchords. I like the movie a little more than the show. Both great, but the original cast best. should I watch the show if I didn't enjoy the movie? I think the show is great. Like I said, up the first 5 seasons absolutely are hilarious. This final season, it's, I don't know, maybe I've changed, maybe it's changed, but to me it just seems a little bit off. But it's still entertaining, so I'm still looking forward to episodes dropping. So it's just different. That's all. There's some new show I saw advertising that's coming out soon. It's another one of these shows where, in the vein of Office Space and Parks and Recreation, where some sort of another documentary style type or mockumentary, I suppose.
Another one? Don't you think that style's already getting played out already?
Oh, I'm sure, but Hollywood, beat the cow to death and then beat it, then kick it.
Yeah, I think we finally got to a point that we've got enough of it. We got way too many shows like it. Like, you finally got to a point that you're mocking the mockumentary. Like, what else are you gonna do? So
we could have it be we could do the mockumentary in comics.
Oof.
I don't think it's that I don't think that group is there.
What if we do it instead what if we had the life, instead of the life of a comic book letterer, we had a life of an illustrator who just illustrated everything that went on around him and would converted his everyday life, his mundane job, into comic books.
Wasn't that Caroline in the City?
Wow, that's a title I haven't heard for a long time. But she's a comic. Wasn't she a comic strip?
Yeah, she was.
Yeah, so somewhat the same.
Well, I tried.
They even done the mockumentary in the form of a cartoon series, didn't they? They've done cartoon versions of it. So, it's I guess it's because of reality TV and all that stuff. It's gone to the point that, just give us a regular show. Like, I'm done with mockumentaries. I think they're easier to produce. That's probably why they do them.
Well, it gives you it's easier to write. I think there's you can have these when one of the biggest things, if you try to write a story that's going to be shot as a film or a movie, right, is how do you get certain internal motivations voiced and whatnot for the audience, because you can't have somebody who's just talking to themselves, having their internal. I mean, you have these devices either where somebody's telling you, where you show the end, something's about to happen. You go, let me rewind and tell you how we got here, and then they're like narrating their own fucking story, so that way you can hear them tell their monologue. Or you have to have these conversations with people or something else, and so it's not like a comic book where you can just do thought bubbles and have the person thinking to themselves. You can't hear on the movies or somebody thinking for themselves. So the device of the mockumentary allows you to have them talk to a camera, explaining to doing the one-on-one thing,
which makes it a little easier because you don't have to come up with much more story.
Right. It makes for some lazier. It makes the lazier writing easier and come off okay. But and it's still a different style and stuff. And with as much reality TV and everything else there is, I think it made sense that we got there. But maybe that's the next thing. We haven't really had. Have we had too many? I know we had one that was animated. Have we had any really fake, like almost like a version of God, like Survivor or something that's completely a comedy TV show about like one of these fucking
reality content. I think it has happened.
Oh man, that sounds like it would make a great
American Horror Story did the Roanoke season where the first half of it was a reality show of people going to Roanoke.
I want to say it's happened.
Well, because I know we did it in animation, but because there was an animated show that was like
Drawn Together.
Yeah, thank you.
Drawn Together.
That show is so wrong and so good at the same time. But as far as a live action one,
what I haven't seen them try to pull off, which will be weird to do it, is do it in like some medieval times approach. Like do it like in a fantasy world or something like that.
A mockumentary in that time.
Yeah,
it's like, what are you talking to? There's no actual cameras.
Exactly. So it'd be done in a certain way that it's like, well, this shouldn't exist because how can you make this work? But they still do it.
Constantly breaking the fourth wall. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. It's like, do it in some kind of world like that. Like
I could see it done well. Maybe
in a Roman Empire or something. I don't know, like gladiator style. So before he goes to fight, he goes talk to the guy. He says, "Tell me a little bit about how you feel." Well, I'm going to get killed right now. Oh. They got a large rhinoceros.
But maybe they make it so it's actually really it's really like WWE or something. So they're talking through the match ahead of time, and it's all like, what the fuck?
And then at the end, they'll say we tried to get an interview with him, but he died.
It's all kayfabe. No, they're all kayfabe deaths.
Yeah. There you go. We got a show a concept right there. That's it. Done.
Why the hell? Now this light, instead of turning off, it went to max brightness. All of a sudden, I'm gonna have to change out the.
All right, I gotta head out. All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, Izzy, take it easy, bud.
All right, bye, guys.
It's like we're not allowed today to have more than 4 people in this thing.
Yeah, small turnout on the panel.
Yeah. How about a Booster Gold YouTube vlog?
That would be funny. That'd be apt.
Didn't The Boys have a reality show within it, like American Idol? I haven't watched more than the first season of The Boys. I couldn't say.
I dropped in season 3. I don't remember.
Justin, what is at the top of your I can't wait to watch it list? Or
I still need to finish Fallout. I was enjoying that when I was watching it.
Yeah, it's really fun. How far are you into it?
Like maybe 3 or 4 episodes. So I'm trying to think of what's the last thing I remember happening. Maybe I should just start over from the beginning as a refresher. I don't watch much TV.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And it's not that I'm anti-TV. It's just I'm
constantly behind on your work.
I got kids.
Kids? How do they interrupt your TV time? Don't you just like tell them to go play somewhere?
They're just so needy and dependent.
I don't know.
We're not at that self-sufficient stage yet or age yet.
Duct tape. Anybody trying the Nintendo
really
Music app?
A big enough clothes basket and a brick, right?
I didn't know that Nintendo had a music app.
Yes, I just downloaded it last night.
Is it nothing but like music from Nintendo games?
Yeah, it's just scores.
What the fuck? That sounds annoying.
Like, it's so weird, and like it's definitely not all of their games, and it's so weird at what they like chose to launch the app with. Like Breath of the Wild is there, but Tears of the Kingdom is not. The only other Zelda game is Ocarina of Time. And I just feel like it's just like all over the place.
Yeah. Let's see. Of course, Taylor, Marvel previewed a bunch of stuff ahead of Agatha's final 2 episodes. Ironheart, Wonder Man, Zombies, a new season of What If. Yeah, I'm not. I don't know. I kind of fell out of the What If. The first season I watched, but I don't know.
I didn't enjoy the season.
When they started doing that, when they did the zombies episode of What If, I tuned out because I didn't care, and I never went back. And so the fact that they're bringing an entire zombies animated series based off of, I don't give a crap about that, so I don't care.
I enjoyed the 2 episodes that had Doctor Strange in them. Like the first one was fantastic. Like that was good storytelling right there. But then the rest of it, I just didn't care for, so I skipped season 2 altogether.
Yeah, and obviously Ironheart and Wonder Man. We'll see. We'll watch them when they come out, and we'll see what we get. Still enjoy The Boys, but politics is ruining the show. Fair enough.
Yeah, that seemed like a lot of people were saying that with the most recent season.
Wasn't excited for anything that was announced. Mark was confusing poor Esteban, but by having me on photo of me up. I tried to look for a pic. I didn't have Mark set up as a picture on mine, so I couldn't have done the royal confusion right back. But let's see, they're adding more scores, planning to drop over 1,000 scores this week, they say, on the Nintendo app.
Okay.
Let's see. Enjoyed the first season of What If, but the second one was okay. Marvel Zombies looks okay. I mean, if you're into the Marvel Zombies, I mean, that's the thing, is I'm not really into zombies, modern zombie stuff. I mean, I liked the original, like Night of the Living Dead, but most zombie stuff, I just feel it's kind of played out. Ironheart looks better. I don't know what to think of Ironheart, to be honest. I mean, I don't think that they really showed much to tell me what the show is really going to be about.
I believe it's going to take place before Wakanda Forgettable.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to expect from it. I mean, it was just like a series of images to me, and like, okay, well, great. I mean, whatever. I'm excited about a lot of the announcements for MCU. Okay, cool.
I'm excited that you're excited.
Yeah. With JB on this, like the big picture, kind of looking at it, I feel like it's just a content dump, stuff that, I feel like they're doing like a whole shift in direction because of like, there's no debating. There's been a drop for the MCU for numbers wise, viewers, subscribers to the app, people that went to see the Marvels and stuff. So they announced like some shake-up stuff a while back, but it takes a while all right, we're going to shift directions, and then for us to actually go buy a ticket and see a project. So that's like a 1.5 to 2 years. So this is like a content dump of stuff that they were working on before. They're like, all right, we need to hard turn and do something different. And part of that hard turn was the announcements at as San Diego Comic-Con, with Doom and Robert Downey Jr. and all that stuff. So this feels just like a content dump of who knows what it'll.
Well, I think the biggest problem that it really suffers from more than anything else is just simply that, as you do this, it's less and less fresh, right? Doesn't matter which property you bring in there. With a connected universe, the more that these things are connected, the more it becomes overwhelming to people who are on the outside looking in, and to figure out, do I want to try to step my toe into this? And for those people who've been here, you slowly have the attrition that builds up over time as people become less and less interested. And without those new viewers hopping in at the same rate, it's a slow spiral down. And that's just normal on any type of franchise thing like this.
I don't know. I think they might be measuring measuring it off of like a unique measuring stick, because like nothing like the MCU has happened before the MCU. It's its own thing, and they hit like the high water mark, you know what I mean? Like for the arena they're competing in. So if they're measuring against themselves, like it, you can see this major downhill trend. But if you're just looking at total number of people, Disney's still crushing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They just have to reevaluate how they approach these things and make their success bar not so high. Like we shouldn't have to achieve $1 billion movie in order for it to be successful.
Yeah. No, you should be able to make a profit off of it, though.
You should off $1 billion for sure. But I'm saying, like,
No, I'm saying whatever it is you spend,
yeah,
to be successful, you should make a profit.
yeah, 400 million should be the success mark. You shouldn't be dumping more than 200 million into it, like one of these blockbusters, because the frequency they do them. You know what I mean? Like if you lean more on your story and your characters and the IPs, you got this. T-Dub's got a good point. Agatha is the first series in ages that my non-comic friends enjoyed and talked about every week, and that's a double-edged sword as well. Like that's good. Like now, are they going to stick around for the more comic booky shows? Or because one thing that you didn't see a lot of, Agatha, is comic book people talking about this comic book show.
No, I think we started to get some, but you weren't.
Dude, to be fair, like 100% fair, this show hasn't had a footprint online. Like everything has a footprint. This show did not have
nowhere near as big
a noticeable footprint online. That's why I was telling you, like, I have zero spoilers, and I'm on spoiler stuff. Nobody cared about this show that normally
you see where I was getting articles
about it and everything.
I was getting. So I think again, there's the algorithm, right? It feeds you stuff that if you don't click on one, then it doesn't feed you the stuff. And that's the problem with the way the algorithms are today. You get a distorted perception of what is going on.
Again, I see like the and I'm not even talking about like the Screen Rant and Watch Mojo. That stuff I see when they do an article and post a little click me headline, all that stuff. What doesn't happen with this show is what happens when like the fans and like the mass of people are watching something when a show drops. Rob, how many group chats are we in?
I don't know, a lot.
Exactly. How many times when this show finishes up did somebody post that episode was X, Y, or Z? Y'all check. Zero. Not once. Not the premiere. Not till yesterday after the finale of the show did TJ bring up a non-spoiler conversation in the chat. Happened one time, and we're talking a lot of people spread out through a lot of group chats. This show had no footprint, and I don't mean no as in nil.
I know
zero, non-existent.
I know that. I will say that for some folks, when certain things get a negative attack get negative connotation right out of the bat, it's difficult to then start to bring up things that you think are positive about. So when everyone just starts piling, "Oh, you're full of shit. You don't know what you're talking about. That thing's garbage," and everything else. It's you just go, forget it. I'm not going to bother to talk about it. I'm just going to enjoy it myself rather than talk about it because I don't want to get piled on because I like something that somebody else who's more vocal doesn't like.
Yeah. And I think, and I've talked about this before, even like those, like the rage content people that no matter what comes out, 100% of they're waiting on an episode of something to drop so that they can make a negative video about it. And that's just what their content is.
Yes, I do.
I haven't even seen stuff through my feed from those people. It seems like they even just didn't even participate. Maybe they did.
I would say there was definitely a lot less noise on this one than some of the others, regardless. But the one thing of all the things that they did talk about or put on the Marvel slate, I am, after watching some of the footage, a little bit excited for the Daredevil.
Yeah, his suit looks great. The reveal of the villain. See, like that's what I'm saying. I see all this stuff, like that villain with like I forget his name, but just like it looks like he's wearing this like white mask with almost like bloody eyes.
Mm-hmm.
No clue who he is.
Of course, Vincent D'Onofrio coming back again, and it's just like, yes.
Yeah, I can't wait to listen to him talk weird for another season of television. Like,
it's just great. Is the fact? Look, so a man has nailed. He's nailed a particular role. When I'm sitting there reading Ultimate Spider-Man and I'm reading Fisk talking, I just hear it in D'Onofrio's voice.
Not me. I hear Michael Clark Duncan.
Well, that's fair.
Hashtag that's my kingpin.
He's my oh God.
Esteban, that's 99% of everybody.
He's my Kojak.
Yeah, 99% of everybody watches what they watch and enjoy what they enjoy, and they don't, despite other people's opinion. Like, I don't understand that. Like, where you hear people say like, "Oh, I don't mess on it because I don't want to ruin someone else." Like, dude, like they didn't like if what I say affects your enjoyment of a show, you didn't like the show. If my words can change your mind on how you felt about it, like we can talk about stuff and break it down, critique it, and this and that. But like you had your own experience watching it. How do my words change that at all?
Yeah, there's people
They care about their opinions, but it ain't going to change how they felt like that.
But I think it means, I think where it affects it more is like in communities where you're talking in communal talks, if you have what is being the less vocal opinion or the unpopular opinion, it's you don't want, it's like, you know,
they don't want that smoke.
I don't need to get bashed because I don't agree with you, right? Or even if there's like not much of an opinion, but just like when there's one person who's really vocal the other way, it can be difficult to sit there and deal with that, and you just go, forget it. It's not worth my
people
effort.
Don't want that conversation or don't want those comments, but I agree with that. But it ain't going to change their opinion or how they felt.
Scott, I was just kidding. Yes, Teddy Savalas is really my freaking Kojak. I was just kidding because I was
Darren McGavin is mine, even though it's spelt slightly different. Kolchak, the Night Stalker. Yeah, I think it depends on intelligence. Words can affect the lower stacked. I like how he put that, the lower stacked.
I feel personally attacked right now. Just saying.
Besides, I got it wrong. It wasn't Michael. That was Ving Rhames who did that Kojak. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Never mind.
The detective one?
Words have a lot of weight. There you go. Teddy would have been a perfect kingpin.
No, I wouldn't even say that's people's opinions. I would say that's someone's personal ego they have issues with. People, like if you hear people debating or going back and forth to something and one of them gets heated, it has nothing to do with the other person's opinion, has nothing to do with their words, has to do with the person who's mad's ego in that situation and how they're perceiving themselves in a certain light, and they're trying to adjust it. It's ego, man. I got into the drinker and the whole crowd 10 years ago when Hollywood went full throttle on wokeness. It was fun and cathartic for a long time because it seemed like they represented fans. Yeah, there's a lot of people out there that have that shared feeling toward Hollywood, man. And there's like tons of good points that come out of that stuff. I'm like Nerdrotic and all them, like it gets very repetitive, but can't deny they're making good points a lot of time. Good morning, Pop. Yeah, 100%. Hating ain't creating. 100%. I think that like I catch videos once in a while from Nerdrotics, and man, what got me is like when like having the perception of what something's going to be before it comes out. Like he was bashing on Furiosa before it came out, like the whole not Mad Max, not a movie, da 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 da. And then the movie came out, and he like made content on how it's going to bomb because it's Furiosa and this and that. And it's not Mad Max. And then he watches the movie and does like this quiet review of it. It was like, I liked it. I'm like, dude, like you could have had it. You could have had a quite literally an army of people that went out and had a great experience at the theaters, which are struggling, but instead you have them all thinking it's not worth my time, and they'll catch it when it's free down the road, and then you end up liking it too. You know what I mean? Same thing with Alien. They had like a predetermined notion that Romulus was going to be garbage, and it comes out and it's the best sci-fi horror we got in years, absolutely years. And Fede Alvarez does a beautiful job understanding the franchise and the fan base and just knocking it out of the park. And there's no self-awareness there. I get calling something for how you see it, but don't call it before you see it. And don't die on a hill. You know what I mean? Like, be honest. Be honest. Because we want more good stuff. So when something's good, it needs that army of followers to go out there and see it on your recommendation. They trust you, kind of thing. That's why I don't watch those YouTubers. They hate on everything. It's hard to take them seriously when it's everything. Exactly. Like, yeah, it's hard to like find any commonality. Is this a reviewer I can trust? A lot of these folks get to see stuff early ahead of time and stuff like that. And you can kind of make do I want to plan like a babysitter? Do I want to spend the money? Do I want to go see something that I was on the fence about, but I'm hearing good things? And they tend to like a lot of the same stuff I like. But you know, it's difficult. Yeah, if you got hate in your heart, let it out. Oh, Clayton Bigsby there. We still have that. You know,
Justin
before
Birch
you
has
leave, you
lots
gotta
of
lay
hate
there,
for
play with
sailboats.
What?
I said Justin Birch has lots of hate for sailboats.
And other things.
It's Stan Sakai.
I don't hate Stan Sakai.
It's just his professional nemesis.
I hate the system that lets him win all the time.
Hey, Justin, if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best.
Fine. I'll take out Ric Flair first.
Just
Rick's been working on taking himself out for years. He's just immortal.
And
just
he can't even do it.
No, he can't even do it.
just wait till that day that Justin Birch gets that call and he gets to go up on stage. He lets out a big woo, and then he puts his hand out, just holding his hand out for a moment. They think it's for the award, and instead his wife comes running up and puts that sub in his hand, and he gets to have that victory sub for once instead of the consolation sub.
That would be awesome. Y'all watch Superman and Lois? Kyle just mentioned it. That show's been phenomenal from start.
Is it still on? I thought it was over.
The final season is season 4. They shrank it down to 10, 12 episodes, something like that. Yeah. What is going on, man? Very few channels talk about comic book content or anything comic book related that go live. And this stream is all over the place. What we talk about every Friday, we're just kind of hanging out, catching up with each other, kind of thing. So we've covered time zones. We've covered neighborhood layouts.
As the crow flies, yeah.
As the terminology as the crow flies, neighborhood layouts and how they have a direct impact on trick or treating. We talked about Jeff Loeb not just being a comic writer, but the films he's done. We've looked at
people's first cars. Where have all the mini trucks gone?
Now we've moved into a little bit of comic book television shows and
MCU, absolutely tying into the movies. We talked about Venom too, the Venom movies.
I'll be seeing Venom 3 tomorrow, and not because I necessarily want to, not because I necessarily don't want to, but yeah.
It's a stream. Remember, this show is a stream of consciousness.
It is. It really is. Might as well be pulling topics blind out of a hat. But if you want all DC,
that would be fun.
Targeted DC content every Tuesday at 2 p.m. I go live for New DC Day and draw the weekly giveaway live in the chat. And every Sunday night I go live at 8:30 for At Week's End, where we review and spoil all the comics from that week, as well as movies, shows, news, and all that stuff. But we do a little bit of all of it.
I like that idea. We could. There could be a live stream show. It's topics from called Topics from the Hat, and like you just have a bunch of stuff weekly. Add new topics in, pull some topics out every once in a while, and you just throw them in there. You go, okay, hey, here's what we're discussing. I demanded
Esteban be on that show though, and Esteban, which I'm sure he already has a top hat. Esteban provides the top hat and draws the topics.
and I get to wear my top hat.
You wear one with your monocle. Esteban uses his for the topic drawing.
There's a dress code, and it is a top hat.
Top hat, yeah. Speaking of that, for the penguin, the next episode, we're already seeing the set photos where he's going full attire. He's got
Nice
coat on with the
coat with tails.
not the jacket has like the fluff around the neck and down the brim of it, and he's holding the top hat in hand for the photo we saw. So he's going full comic book accurate for the next episode.
Nice.
It looked awesome.
Nice.
It looked awesome. That show has been so good it doesn't even make sense. Brother John described it perfectly after episode 1 and 2. He pointed out like they're really not doing anything new. You know, they're working inside of an existing genre, like with the mob stuff, and it's on HBO. But what they're doing with it is the performances and the tone and everything is just so well crafted that it has elevated an otherwise on paper like common experience to the next level. And every episode they just keep pushing it higher and higher. It's been so damn good.
Good. I'm excited to get around to watching it.
Yeah, I hope. How long do you think it'll take you to burn through? What is it, 6-8 episodes, something like that?
Could be a week, but it just depends on when I actually turn it on and watch it. You know?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you kind of project out how long it'll take you, like just based off like just your assumed experiences here, and start HBO before it finishes, so you can run it and be at the finish line with everybody else.
Oh,
you know what I mean, dude? There's something about watching these things together. This is our water cooler, Rob.
I know.
This
That's
is
why right now I gotta try to get time to watch the Transformers movie. You
didn't go see it?
No.
You are the problem.
I suffered from. So here's the thing, right? I suffered from the this is exactly what you're talking about, the expectations, right? I saw the trailer and stuff for it initially. It didn't jump out at me. It seemed like it was the animation style made it seem like, I don't know, maybe it was like meant for younger kids, and I was just kind of like, I wasn't excited about it, and you know, which is fair because you know what the reality of the situation is. I have a soft spot in my heart for the G1 stuff, although I think the movie is drivel. I'm probably the only one of the few G1 show enthusiasts who doesn't care for the movie. And I really like the current, you know, obviously the Daniel Warren Johnson run stuff. But other than that, I've never read the Transformers comics outside of that. I'm not a huge Michael Bay fan. I've watched the movies. As a matter of fact, I'm actually very much not a big fan of them. I like some of them.
Don't get me started. You said it already.
Hey, it's my personal opinion. You know,
but what we've learned from people in the chat is your opinion affects me directly and how I think. So
well, then you should know that robots could fight robots. Okay. But you know, and I think there's a fair number of people either like or don't like the Bay movies, and that's not a big deal. Big deal.
The billion-dollar franchise that people don't like.
I say I don't care for them, but I've also said I've watched them, right? But so there you are. So anyways, I don't know. It just didn't excite me to go run out and go see it in the theaters at all. So
that's fair. You're a casual guy.
So I mean, I think it's now available on Amazon Prime.
It's available for digital wherever digital is available.
Yeah. So I'll probably pick it up and watch it at home. I don't think I'll go to the theater to see it. But
good callback, Mike. You're too well stacked, Mark, for that to apply. Now, look, when that first Transformers 1 trailer dropped, it was across the board. We've got some diehard Transformer fans. Rob, you've been rocking with Transformers since back in the day, but we got some people that like that's their number one fandom is like Dr. Von Newt, E-Man's World of Geek, and all of them were like, they're like, oh, I don't know, man. This looks kiddie. And I was sitting there defending it like, yo, like, but the Megatron stuff, there's clearly more than meets the eye to this thing.
Oh,
and I know, like, I did on purpose. And then after this came out, when it didn't perform how people would hoped it would after they saw it and realized how damn good it was, they started blaming the marketing department. I'm like, that's not marketing. That's the design department. When they design these things with kind of kid-like features, this looks like a kid's animation thing, the way that the faces are done and stuff, that's undeniable Has nothing to do with the trailer. I watched the same trailer as everyone else, and people just got hung up on the look of this stuff. They assume it's for younger audiences, which it's available for all audiences. Granted, there is some stuff that I would say is inappropriate that probably it's not rated G. I think rated PG is really pushing it, to be honest with you, because of some of the darker tones that happen in a few small scenes, but also because of the language. It has bad language in it, which is completely out of place in my opinion. But it was good. It's not the marketing department's fault. If you're a Transformers fan and you didn't go see a Transformers movie and you're upset that this movie didn't perform well, you were the problem.
Yeah, I'm baffled by you say that they use it's like bad profanity and stuff.
It baffled me because I took my children. I'm like, I got a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old sitting here with me. Like, why are they doing this?
You would think in these types of worlds, this is where I really thought like the great thing was like with Battlestar Galactica. They used frack. Be able to sit there and say, hey, look, you can. So science fiction and stuff, especially like you can create your own in universe words.
And they did that too.
People will know that this is what you're being. But
they had both. They used the term glitch. Like, dude, don't be a little glitch. I'm like, clever, because you're robots and you can glitch. And then like the adults get it. The kids are like, yeah, man, don't glitch out. Like, perfect. So why are you sitting here saying badass? Like literally in a 30-second span, you say it 6 times, like beating it into the scene. Like, dude, it's. As an adult, okay, it was a funny little joke. Now, why have you said it 6 times? Now, like I'm just waiting on my kid literally just to say it in real time because you're beating it into them. Like it's just chill, man.
Yeah, well, in certain terms, you like that. Like badass becomes is almost like no longer a
swear.
Yeah,
it just means cool.
Exactly. Dude, that's badass. All right, cool.
Yeah, but it's hard to convince teachers that when they go to school.
Well, it depends upon where you're at, maybe. But
maybe the teachers just need to learn how to be badass.
Maybe what they need to do is they just go back to being tubular and radical. That would be great.
And it would have fit for a Transformers movie, especially early on, because that's not like as commonly used language anymore. So let them have it,
Yeah, exactly, Esteban. It didn't pique my interest, but now I'm hearing good. I've not heard anything negative about it.
There's not a negative thing to say about this movie.
I'm more interested in going back to take a look at it. That's why
I will tell you, Rob, it's not like you need to put like, oh, this is going to change my life. What you're going to see is a movie being flawless doesn't mean that it's the best. Like there's no
absolutely, I get it.
But there's some scenes in it you're just going to be like, wow, well done. And it's from the story perspective too.
I'm just that's what I'm saying is like I'm not going into now thinking, oh my God, this is a life altering movie I've got to see. It's just that I didn't pique my interest, but all the good buzz about it has me now interested enough that okay, let me go take a look at this. I'll go watch it, and probably I'll enjoy it, and that's all I need out of it, right? At the end of the day, I just want to, if I'm going to sit there and invest 2 hours of my time, I want to hopefully get some enjoyment out of it. That's what Justin Birch tells me.
Yeah, and also let's help T-Dub out. He's running low, guys. Only 6 mystery boxes left. $90 shipped. If you want 2 boxes, he'll do it for $165 shipped up until noon. I don't even want to tell you what CT stands for. He left out the U and the N, but otherwise boxes are $90 each.
Yeah, I just got my box yesterday, arrived, Taylor. So I don't know if it'll be next week or the week after that I unbox it, because I also got my Jack B box yesterday too. So
I say open T-Dubs first.
I don't know. It's hard to say.
I just said it. It was easy.
I will say that the T-Dubs box is stacked on top. So if I go from top to bottom.
Or because he has 6 boxes left, you could ask T-Dubs, because he might, I don't know how he boxed them, but he might know the contents of your box, and it might be good commercial for getting the rest of his sold.
I think they were all good, but my video wouldn't show until Thursday anyways.
What if you get just like an FMV box and someone sees like, yeah, I was going to get a box of fuck this.
It could be, but then I could always open the Jack B box and delay it. But again, my video wouldn't drop until next Thursday anyway. So
that's how I describe you to all my friends who haven't met you.
Yeah.
Delayed by 4 hours.
3. It's a 3-hour time zone difference, buddy.
Okay. There's 4 time zones. Is what how I was.
It's only 6:49 in the morning here.
I opened the BTC box from. It doesn't say the month on here. October, yeah. Look at that. That was pretty sick, man. They did the black background one with the trade dress, but the gold member box that was exclusive to the box is and the yellow looks so good. That's super wicked.
I'm not
like it
sure
a
if I
lot.
like it or not.
What about Alex Ross? You like Alex Ross?
Generally, but that's meh.
Fine then. Gang. Comics are forever, but I don't know about comic book movies. Superman the movie is timeless.
There is a movie there is a comic book though today. I need to try to pick up when it goes on sale.
Hear me out. Lost was just a creepy remake of Gilligan's Island. that's accurate. I'm with you on that, T-Dubs.
There's a Alan Qua Transformers cover that's dropping today.
What was he
yeah,
yeah,
Bruticus.
Shit.
Oh god.
Yeah, E-Man shared that into one of the group chats. I'm like, God dang. You just have to like sit there and zoom on all the different
I'm gonna have to try to make sure I pull over to when because I should be driving to LA at that time. So I gotta like schedule a rest stop break or pull over to the side of the road.
I do not disagree with this. I don't disagree with this at all. I think Superman 2, because you got Zod, was fantastic as well.
I mean, Empire Strikes Back is.
Yeah, really. Empire Strikes Back, Star Trek: The Wrath of Khan,
Godfather 2, Terminator 2 is the best sequel in all of history. That's not even a debate. But I thought we were talking comic book movies. You know, The Dark Knight definitely outpaced Batman.
Well, he just said any movie dumb. He didn't say comic book movies. So
that's fair.
So
yeah, Terminator 2 is definitely the bar for movie sequels. Nothing beats that. Aliens is on that list.
Puddles of Pity Party does a Stairway to Heaven parody of Gilligan's Island. It's badass. That's great. It's funny. Puddles of Pity Party. Yeah. He's opening for Weird Al right now on their tour.
Yeah, Puddles he's got a phenomenal voice.
Yeah, I've seen him do some stuff when I used to watch. I was watching a lot of the postmodern jukebox stuff, and he partnered
up on there a couple times.
Yeah. I was talking comic book movies, but you're right. I just woke up. He says, he work up. I haven't taken his meds yet. So
when he says med, he means cocaine. Just so everyone's clear.
No, this is California. It's marijuana.
My wife just popped her head back in the room like,
You shouldn't be friends with him.
His daughter made you those flowers.
Oh.
You should. That should be, yeah.
Oh, nice. You saw him a couple of.
But he should make
I'm actually excited. I got my tickets for
the
Star Wars The Empire Strips Back again. I'm gonna go see that show again. That was great. I'm excited for that. Unfortunately, it's not till December, but whatever.
Hey, it's already November.
That's true.
It's
good. It'll be actually it'll be before Christmas. So it's actually for my wife's just in time for my wife's birthday. We're gonna go out with a friend of ours, go down. It's gonna be in San Jose this time instead of San Francisco. So I don't have to go up to San Francisco. Thank God. I hate that city.
She's got him next to her. She got him on her bedside table. As the flowers I got her for our anniversary are on the dining room table.
Yeah, oh yeah, congratulations on that.
MCU sequel is Winter Soldier. The best MCU film is Winter Soldier, I'd say. That's an amazing movie. Comic book or otherwise, Winter Soldier was just damn good.
A big shout out to Kyle for putting up with Mark for all these years. Congratulations to her.
Thanks. It takes a lot.
I know.
I keep her young.
But I broke him first. He used to clean all the time. He doesn't anymore.
No.
That's fair. Yeah, I do the. I always say the same thing for my wife. It's like it's amazing that she puts up with me.
I talk about that at work.
But at this point, though, she doesn't know any better. So
Now I'm just angry.
Evil Mike, do they strip or do they just bikinis? It's burlesque. It's a burlesque show, so it's no full nudity. It's a burlesque stage show, but it's a parody of Star Wars and stuff. So
Yeah, man, I'm like one of those OCD people that like everything put up and stuff, and my wife's the opposite. She's like the kids are only young for so long kind of person. So I'm like, fine, I'll just keep my areas clean.
that's fair.
Y'all want to live in it, live in it. I spend a lot of time behind my desk. We're outside. Like going to our bedroom, like my side of the room where I sleep.
It's the two-face of bedrooms.
Yeah, remember Batman Forever?
One half is made nice and clean. The other half's just.
Yeah, I don't sleep under covers even.
God, I remember that at military school. You said the bed was made, you just slept on top of it, so you didn't have to remake the bed. You just had to like pull it tight to retuck it slightly. Make sure
You call it military school. Normal people just call it jail.
No, because it wasn't jail. It was military school.
Got you.
I would have paid a lot of money. I was paying a lot of money to go there. That's not really true. I didn't pay any money. I was on scholarship, but if it would have cost me a lot of money if I wasn't on scholarship. But hey, you got to do something about that lighting, though. That glare off those slabs. You can't have that.
Did you mention? I know you guys were talking about best sequels.
Casual lighting.
Did you guys mention Superman 2?
Yeah, I did. Of course, I did.
Good. I wanted to make sure that one's added to the mix as.
Yeah. We made sure Eman know that he was wrong.
Which ones he was saying?
I think what he said is that Spider-Man 2,
and X2, X-Men United.
Yeah,
they're great though.
No, but he said
Spider-Man
2, his words were Spider-Man 2 and X-Men 2 are probably the best sequels in any movie fandom ever. And obviously he was wrong. So we pointed it out. That's all. Not that they weren't good or even excellent pieces to be in the conversation.
They're in the top list.
Spider-Man not the best Spider-Man movie that's ever come out.
Not to say that they're not in the conversation. But to say that
we're missing a big one.
What you
Across
got?
the Spider-Verse.
I didn't miss that.
Across the Spider-Verse was not better than the first one. It was good, but it wasn't better than the first one.
Not
Okay,
nearly.
well, obviously, I've played my cards. I'll see myself out.
No, but I'm with these here.
My problem with Across the Spider-Verse is that I don't have a finale yet, so I have to wait a very long time to get it.
My problem with it is I don't have like some kind of like.
I'll get you, Taylor.
Close your eyes.
Hey, I'm all with what you're saying there, E-Man. I never use absolutes except to say that I never use absolutes for that very reason.
Only a Sith deals an absolute.
This is tricky at all.
Always give yourself an out.
Superman 2, either one, I will say, is amazing.
What are those?
I don't know.
I feel like I need to go in there and pop them all.
Right? I think they're mint.
We should probably just throw that away.
Yeah, I am.
But Winter Soldier is probably the greatest.
You know how fast you're going. As a matter of fact, what's
I'm
that?
the greatest. What are you talking about?
You're the greatest?
No, I don't know.
Okay. But Winter Soldier, I think, is the best part 2 ever.
What's up, homie?
Oh, working from home today,
Nice.
So how y'all doing?
Good.
DW.
So I've got my version of the shameless plug. What I'm going to do is I did this on live before, but I'll do this again with a different box. I'm just going to open this. I'll repack it. So this is a sample of what you might get. It's a random one. So I don't believe in. Well, the way I built these boxes is not to like have one box be the grand prize box.
Okay.
I don't like it when people don't get their money's worth. So I just tried to build as many 20 boxes that I'd be happy to have, basically. So here's this one. I'll repack it and throw it in the stack. But yeah, this is a.
All that
Anyway.
work.
How y'all doing today? Doing good?
Doing good.
I feel better now that you're here.
Aw. Fucking liar.
I know.
So now I will also tell you like how I built these boxes. It's not magic, but I have like a kind of formula I used. I put together basically a small box full of like $5 to $10 books, or where every book is at least worth $5, but under 10 generally. So that's this top book here, Hulk 257, and then I did 3 books that were in a $10 to $15 range, and that's these 3. So we get good old Daredevil, where he's finally tall and no longer a short round. Sleepwalker #1, everybody's favorite spec character. The Daredevil #1, the Posada.
Ooh, the Posada.
And then a couple $15 books next. So X-Men 350. And I mixed these up. I didn't want people to have like all one title in case they didn't like either. So good old school Avengers. Last Secret Wars. And then the last 3 are the higher value kind of books. So we've got Avengers 92.
Nice.
Captain America #134. And the good old kind of hard to find and crispy quality second print. You know.
Gold foil.
Yeah. So that's one of the boxes you can get. Got 6 left, 165 shipped for 2 of them, and $90 each otherwise. So, anyone just let me know. If not, it's all good. No.
Excellent.
Yeah. Any big plans for the weekend for anybody?
Going down to Southern California for Fiendsgiving.
Yeah, my
Nice.
buddy from Belgium is in the States, and he's making it here this evening. I'm excited.
Nice.
I'll just be
Mark,
watching.
the problem is Mark doesn't know where Belgium is.
That's a
Mhm.
waffle,
But that's not a
isn't it?
problem for
It's a
me because
waffle.
I'm just staying here.
That's true. You're not going there, right?
Yeah.
So
It's a waffle. I thought that's what a Belgium is. Well, it's waffle, isn't
you
it?
get take him to the Waffle House.
There you go. You just take them and say, "Look, it's just like home."
I'm going to the
My friend's
Packers
up from
Lions
Mexico.
football
I'm
game.
taking him
and
to
I'll
Taco
be
Bell.
Joking my ass off, but you know. should be
You
fun.
going to a football game?
Packers Lions? Yeah, it'll be a tough one.
Should be a
And
good
it's
one.
supposed to rain, so
That is something I've never done. Go to a football game.
really.
Yeah, we're
Well-
baseball people in this household.
Yeah, I've
And
heard of
rest-
baseball,
and
but it bores the
wrestling.
shit out of me.
Yeah.
No, but you're done with but you're done with baseball for a while now, huh?
Oh, I'm done with baseball for a while.
Not as long as I'm done with it, but hey, you know.
I'm kind of
for
happy.
another season, I guess. Right?
I'm kind of happy the Yankees didn't win because all you all do is just spend the most money on players.
They're already,
Yeah,
they're
but
already, they're already planning on it. So
The Dodgers spent quite a bit of money too.
Oh, I know. I'm not saying I'm happy the
I
Dodgers.
think the Dodgers spend more money.
The two of those two teams spend so much money on freaking their players. It's
Yeah.
not even funny.
I'm not saying I'm happy the Dodgers won. That's a separate comment. I'm just saying.
That's
I
true.
feel like MLB is just rewarding bad behavior by this year's World Series.
Yeah.
My
well,
favorite player was that dude in the stands that got banned for chucking the ball out of the guy's hand.
Oh, dude, that thing was funny.
I don't know.
I love the slow motion of that video, though. That was funny.
Been watching my team be the freaking modern day version of Major League, the movie, for the last 10 years, and now abandon the city. I'm
So
done.
now, so isn't that movie irrelevant now that the team is no longer the Cleveland Indians?
It doesn't matter.
Well,
It was, like I said, it was the Oakland Athletics for the last 10 years doing the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Let's drive down attendance so we can move elsewhere by putting out a crappy freaking team. The only difference is our team didn't suddenly go on to do great stuff.
How are your Niners doing this year, Rob?
They're middle of the road.
Yeah.
They beat the Cowboys. That's all that matters.
Everybody's beating Cowboys this year.
oh,
That's true.
My team did not.
Yeah.
I like it. Just
I know,
my
we're-
team. not.
we're like it's like you came in with a lot of expectations, but then people just got hurt. You know, we started off the season, we haven't had our starting running back yet. One of our wide receiver, we went through all this stuff during summertime without, will he, won't he sign? He signs now. He's done for the season. You're, all kinds of all around the position.
All I'm hearing
place,
are excuses.
Yeah, no. Hey, I'm not saying that they should have won. I'm just saying that it makes it for a more challenging and more interesting team.
I get it. You're the highest paid quarterback in the year, and he got hurt in the first game. So I mean,
so it'll be interesting.
That seems to be the 49ers cycle, though. They do well for 2 to 3 years. Injuries, they have a really bad year that allows them to draft really high, and then they just repeat.
Maybe. Well, it'll be really interesting this year to see what they do, because they got to make room to pay. Well, they don't have to because technically Purdy has one more year on his contract after this, but now they're at the point where they've got to figure out what they're going to do with him and pay him, and they can't just keep living off the fact that your starting quarterback was making less than $1 million. So it'll be interesting. But you know what? If we go by what's been going on normally, too, for that matter, the Niners have started slow, and then they get these injuries people back, and then they've made some good runs towards the end of the year. So there's still time, hopefully, maybe even.
You've had your chance. Now it's other teams' turns.
I just want them to have a competitive. I just want them to have a competitive season. That's all.
I hear people talking about my Niners. I have to jump in.
All you have to do is get hot at the right time of the year.
That's right.
They'll be fine now. I think they'll be. See, after the bye week, they're going to get CMC back in Greenlaw. They'll be fine. They'll be. Here's the thing with the Niners. I don't want them to finish first. I just want them to get to the playoffs. That's where they'll shine. And I need
real quick as E-Man's here. What was the name of the Rudy Owl cover? The book that y'all got Rudy Owl to do? Was it Beyond the Breach?
Beyond the Breach, yeah.
I just got a Arnold Schwarzenegger Terminator cover that he did, and I couldn't remember the name of that book y'all did. But Rudy Owl's a fantastic artist.
He's great. Yeah.
I don't approve of all the sports talk, but I'll let y'all do it.
Talk about real sport wrestling.
Yeah, wrestling is real. It's
I waited for all of like 2 seconds when AEW was doing their show here in San Jose as whether I was going to go. Took me 2 seconds to go. Yeah,
I would have probably gotten you free tickets if you'd have called me.
Why, Rob? What's your hatred with AEW?
I watched the Wednesday show.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I don't know. It just doesn't even excite me half the time. I spent like this week's show. I probably spent half the time fast forwarding through stuff. It just
no Bobby Lashley love.
Oh, I do like Bobby Lashley, and I was like, oh yeah, that's interesting. Okay, but I mean, it's just I don't know, for something. I don't know. It's something about I guess maybe it's because I brought up on the WWFE style.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand it's very different than a lot of the other styles, and maybe I'm just used to that. And because this is different,
mm-hmm.
Not saying it's bad, not saying it's better, not saying it's worse. I'm just saying it's different. And so I tend to gravitate back towards the other.
So you're more of a story driven.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I've always said that wrestling was really just male soap operas with some,
it always has.
So yeah,
It always has.
What's up?
So I mean, that's exactly it. I mean, so I understand. If you're some of the matches and stuff are obviously much more intricate and elaborate, but I also feel that AEW sometimes, I think there's too many of their matches go so long. It's like it's good to have some showcase matches here and there, but I don't need a 2-hour program that's filled with 5 matches that all of them are 20 minutes plus long. It's okay to have a 5-minute match here and there. Mix it up.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what? I miss the days of the squash match, like the real deal squash match, because there was like a purpose behind that. They made characters feel strong.
Well, they did it with people. Then they built up these characters, and then they do nothing with them. Like what happened to Wardlow?
Or
some of these other characters that they did these squash matches and built up certain characters, and then they just disappear.
Yeah,
There's
that
a lot of
was
ways
called
where
steroids. That's what happened to Warlord. He came in.
tables,
He was
tables.
part of the. He was definitely part of the time period where they had to like, oh, we can't show that people
No.
are using steroids here.
Not Warlord.
Okay, Wardlow.
Oh, Wardlow. Okay, different person. My bad. Yeah, he's injury prone from what I heard.
I want the tables, the ladders, and chairs
Oh my,
matches to come back. Oh yeah,
they just had that. There was one.
there was.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was one in NXT, which has actually been really good lately. And they're gonna
NXT is like the up and coming, right? Like no
Yeah.
storyline, just up and coming.
yeah, but they're gonna next week they're gonna be in the ECW arena. So they're gonna definitely go that route.
ECW.
They're going to the ECW arena. You already got Bubba Ray Dudley. He's gonna be wrestling, and
Oh my god, he's still wrestling.
yeah, he's actually pretty good. There you go. And
What
it's
was
some
his,
color,
what was his brother's name?
brother.
Devon?
Devon, get the
Devon.
table.
Yeah.
Or are you talking about Spike?
No, oh, I love Spike. Spike
There
is
were
awesome.
other-
That's right. That
There
was her
were
little
others
brother,
at
right?
various times too, but
Spike was the little brother, right?
He was a little. He was.
Yeah.
There was a whole. There was a when they were
well,
they
there
were a part of
several
it.
them, yeah.
There's a lot of them.
Oh,
Well, yeah,
really?
the
I thought it was
whole-
only.
They're all related, just like all the Andersons are related.
The whole premise was
Hold on, I
that
thought they.
her
Oh,
dad was a wrestler from the territory days. So like every territory that their dad would go to, they would get a new brother.
That's the story, right? Yeah.
Which is awesome because that's how they're related.
that's pretty funny.
Which actually it works. It's a good little thorough line. So
Based on
Listen,
real life.
nobody will top Mickey Rourke.
There you go. The wrestler.
Hold on, but what wasn't
he's probably
Bubba Ray and
he's probably
Devon-
the first Dudley.
wasn't Bubba Ray and Devon weren't they twins at one time?
I don't know if they did. They did something like that where they were
Yeah.
twins, but I don't know if it was them.
That was funny.
I always like sign guy Dudley. He was a fun one.
So E-Man, did you have any trick or treaters?
No, because we don't stay in our neighborhood to go trick or treating. It's not safe. we go to the rich white
They're going,
neighborhoods to
the
go
people out on
trick-or-treating
the
with our
people
kids.
the people in the street are out, are hustling dime bags.
Pretty
Oh
much,
my
dye
goodness.
bags, mushrooms, all the stuff the kids need when they're growing up. No, seriously, like we go to like a nicer neighborhood. We go to Alameda, actually, Rob. We head into Alameda because we go to a brewery first. We always start off at the brewery, and then
That's
and then
good. Take the
afterwards-
kids to the
Going to
brewery.
a nicer
I like
neighborhood and taking candy is just called robbing.
What was that?
that. Casing. It's called casing the
Yeah,
joint.
go to a nicer neighborhood and
Okay, you're peeking in the door while you're getting your candy. All right, they got it. Yeah, all right.
Yeah. Oh, wait, are those comic books on that? Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to remember this house.
Well, that's what Josh did. He has a whole bunch of trick or scare comics. Oh, speaking of candy, look, I got my candy bag. Then he ended up putting out all the comic books out on the front lawn, like free comics. Happy Halloween.
I saw a lot of posts with that stuff, but
Yeah.
I literally had one trick or treater. So it's like I had this big thing of candy that we got that I got rid of like a handful of candy of them, and I bought the stupid freaking Pokemon cards, and like I still had a stack of these from last year, and then I have all the ones from this year. So I'm like, I don't know what the
They look at your Pokemon cards. They're like, we don't want these stupid
You
Pokemon
live in a
cards.
pretty decent neighborhood too, Rob. I'm
no, the kids
surprised.
get excited about them when you give them the Pokemon cards. They get all super excited about them. But the problem is, I only had one kid come by.
That's actually kind of madness right there. Like I would have thought you would have had like a lot more.
No, yeah, one freaking kid, and at that he was like a 12 or 13-year-old kid who was like borderline. Are you really too old for this or not?
That's
Yeah,
because right
hold on.
before you started
Mike,
trick or treating, Rob, I put tied a red balloon to the sewer grate next door to your house.
Hold on, my kids are 12, 13, and 14, and they still go trick or treating with mom and dad. Like we took them out last night, and it was nice. They still like it. I'm like, we're gonna keep doing this until they're not ready to do it. Like I'm not ready to give this up yet. Just spending Halloween with them. And I know the day's coming. The day's coming a lot sooner than I
Yeah,
want.
at that age, we were doing like a Halloween party or something. I thought the kids have a Halloween party in the backyard or something.
You know what? This generation, they don't even do that. They just want to go out and be stupid. It's such a trip. Like they don't want to party. They don't want to have sex. Like this generation is really weird to me. It's like what in the world?
Oh, I know.
You just want to play video games.
I don't want to go down that last bit of that road that you just talked about, but mostly because I try not to talk about kids in that topic. But from a party perspective, I mean, I'm just talking about like fun. You know, it was still kind of a Halloween theme, just play them hanging out, some music playing. They had some games, like hanging a donut on a string, trying to eat the donut.
They don't do that anymore. It's such a trip.
Well,
squarish now.
I blame Justin really because he doesn't. It's the comic books that he letters. if he would use a different font, that it could encourage kids to do more partying.
I need to open this up, but I need Mark here. So
Speaking of fonts, Justin, I may have asked this question, but do you have an exclusive font that's yours?
No.
No? Okay.
I'm not bad.
Loser. This guy doesn't have his own font.
You know what I'm saying? At this time, you would have figured, right? He would have his own font.
This guy.
But does he have his favorite font?
It's called Helvetica. That's actually the font that I created.
Oh, it often is called a Helvetica Noia. So
yeah, Noah.
Helvetica, the one that we've been using since high school.
Yeah.
I mean, Helvetica is to rip off Arial, anyways. So
I'm a particular fan for Arial. Arial is always a good one.
No, Arial is just the bastard son of Helvetica. Get it right.
No, Arial narrow.
I'm fond of
Lato. Lato's good. You like Lato?
I'm unfamiliar with that one.
Google Lato.
I'm trying to remember what this new one is that Microsoft's trying to put as their new default. I don't like it.
Montserrat.
No. They have a new default.
Everything's bold.
Minion.
Aptos. Aptos is their new
default.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of it.
I hate Outlook for that.
Well, it's not just Outlook. It's Microsoft Word. It's across their whole thing. That's their new default.
So do you find it? Like for me, when I'm using Outlook and I'm typing a message, and I accidentally misspell the word or something like that. I hate the fact that I can't do spell check the way I normally would, where you just do the right click and you get the spell check word. No, instead it tells you, do you want to go Apto, or whatever it's called.
Whatever. I don't. I'm a Calibre guy.
Oh, that's old.
Sports are going to be riveted by this font conversation.
Calibre sucks, man. I hate Calibre.
Hey, I like it. It's better than Times New Roman.
Today on Legions Comics Radio, the panel.
This is our font. Welcome to Font Talk.
Impact. Now, Impact. That's a font.
I accept all responsibility for what is happening right now.
There's one that I've been using, it's called Benus something.
Oh, Bebe Nueve?
Yeah.
Bebe Nu?
Yeah,
that seems to be that seems pretty popular these days.
That's like the one
popular. Give me a picture. I'll call it a day. The problem is any idiot can make a font now, and there's no art to it. Like it used to take years and years and years for a font to get properly made, and now it's just like put in your handwriting, and we'll turn it into something shitty.
Thank you to defont.com, where you can get all of your shitty fonts.
Yeah, exactly.
Exclusively.
Don't pay for
free.
Don't pay for your fonts, guys.
Yeah, heaven forbid you pay people that worked on this shit forever.
You pay for your fonts. Defont.com for all of your free fonts. Be sure to head on over to defont.com and you could be your own Justin Birch letters.
Don't forget freefont.com. It's the Napster of fonts.
Napster.
I do not support any of this.
I hope y'all get a virus.
Justin, where's the proper place?
Look at Kyle's face. Kyle's like, what did I walk into right now?
Poor guy. He's like, I thought we were talking comics. You guys are talking fonts.
You know what comics have? They have different fonts.
And you know what comics need? They need letterers. And
They
we
need
have
a
special
letterer,
guest,
and we have
Justin Birch,
a
who's
font
lettering.
master. He's a font master. Look, he's right above me.
He's the master font right there.
Okay. Sure.
I want to unbox something, but I want to need Mark here. This is something that I
Where
got
is
from
Mark? Mark
NYCC. It's my
disappeared
only NYCC pickup right here.
Oh, okay.
What?
It's a Transformers book, I bet.
As much as I wanted to splurge on all the Transformers books that I saw from Jane,
Mhm.
I have kids. They needed to eat. I need to buy them things like socks. So it would have been really irresponsible for me to do that. However,
You
I
need,
picked
your
up
kids
something.
need socks. I thought you were in the South.
I'm in the. I'm
West
like
Coast.
20. I'm like 20 minutes from Rob. I'm here on the East Coast. Oh, East Coast. I'm here on the West Coast, Bay Area, baby.
There you
That's
go.
why.
Esteban.
That's why I hate. That's why I hate the World Series so much. By the way. God,
Yeah.
I'm not going to hear the
Yeah,
end of
so
it for
I was
4
not a
years.
fan of it. I'm just happy we got a game. That's all I'm happy. We got at least one game.
I'm not happy that you guys got it. You're in New York. You guys talked a lot of shit. You guys should have came by and
We
destroyed
still
the West
will.
Coast.
We
No,
still
no.
still will.
Izzy, you cannot talk for 1 year. I'm sorry. You're stop.
We can
Nope,
still talk.
nope,
We can still
Nope.
talk.
You
We
failed
will.
me.
We're
You
working
failed
on
me.
keeping Soto. That's what we're working on right now.
You failed me.
You failed it, City.
Yeah. I'm running out of patience, so I'm just gonna go ahead and unbox something here, you guys.
When's
guys
the
wanna
last
see
time the Yankees won the World Series?
2008, I believe.
Man, that's like
That's a
more than
long
15
time. That's like
years
an
ago.
eternity for us.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I hope they fire Aaron Boone though. Yeah, we don't accept losers.
Well, you kind of have for the past 15 years.
That's the problem. If Daddy Steinbrenner was around, that would have been a different story.
Oh shit. Wait, hold, my keys are. Oh, I got my keys. I got my keys. It's okay.
Uh-oh. E-Man's in trouble.
Have a good day.
Ooh,
I'm so happy right now.
Daymers, I'm actually sending your package
happy.
today. So
I didn't think that fonts would be a topic, but here it is.
Thank you. So you guys were talking about the fonts. I thought
that story's over.
No.
We're
We were talking
way
about
beyond that.
We were talking about the fawns, and I'm sorry that you misunderstood us, but it was actually about Henry Winkler.
Yeah.
I knew it.
I knew he was amazing in The Waterboy.
Oh, he was. He was the
Especially
best.
that one scene with
Water.
water. Yeah, water.
E-Man.
What's up, Vloggers? Check this out, you guys. Check this out. Check this out. This is my NYCC pickup. This is my my one New York Comic Con pickup. Huge shout out to our boy Flo Dameron for pulling this off right here for us.
Oh, I love Flo.
Because Flo, I was like,
He's one of the
Flo,
biggest
if you could do
fans.
this, please, homie, please do. He was able to pick me up. Blade
Oh,
Forgers,
cool.
the ash
That's
can.
Ooh, the ashy ash.
Oh,
That's
signed by my
not an
friends.
ash can. Those are comics.
Signed by my friends Roy and Inaki Miranda.
Nice. I went to the LCS because 2 weeks ago was my birthday, and I bought the 1 in 10 Jenny Frizen Red Sonja, and I bought the Spider Man comic with Black Cat in the cover, and then I bought myself a Funko. I bought the Batman 85th anniversary Funko with the blood right on the right there.
And just in case you guys don't know, I'm actually interviewing the Mirandas today at 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern, and we're going to talk about Blade Forgers. I don't have too much time with them, but I'm going to ask them a few questions, get them to talk about Blade Forger, and then let us know about their next adventure. So if you guys stop by my channel
Sounds good.
today,
Are they
Live.
adventures in babysitting?
Hey, E-Man, how much would I have to pay you to do my outro of my YouTube channel saying thank you for watching?
$1 million.
Do you take doll hairs? Do you take doll hairs, not dollars? I can't afford
Did you say doll hairs?
He said
Yeah,
doll
doll
hairs.
I
hairs.
did.
Doll
Izzy,
hairs?
That's
I-
What the
less
heck
money,
is going
too.
on over there? What?
I will take Bitcoin, Ethereum. I'll take rupees, pesos of all different
Rupees.
countries.
You said roofies? You'll take roofies?
rupees from
Rupees.
Zelda.
Rubies.
And
That's the
rupees.
second illicit.
What just happened? I thought we were talking about fonts, and now we're going to rubies.
Yeah, I know, right, Izzy?
Oh, speaking of a font king, DJ
look at
Lynx is
this.
in the house.
Lynx.
What it do?
Now he knows a little something about fonts.
What's up, DJ?
I see you, DJ.
Anybody like
Rob,
bobbleheads?
Rob, how are you, my good sir?
You like bobbleheads?
I'm awake. It's 7:25 in the morning here, so you know,
Awake-ish.
I've been up for about 3 hours, so
What,
3.5 hours.
Why are you up so early? Is it because of Romania?
You know what I'm trying?
I'm up early for this show.
Mark,
I'm here for Mark.
Mark, I picked up a new Funko. It was Batman 85th anniversary.
He bought it for his birthday. That was 2 weeks ago. That he keeps talking about every week.
I don't do Funkos.
I know you don't.
Mark.
Nice. The NYCC ones.
Yep.
Mine's in this pile of mail somewhere over here.
Yeah. Shout out to Flo Dameron for pulling this off, right? That's
Don't be putting people's names out there.
Come on.
Now everyone's going to dogpile him.
shout out to our homie who pulled that off.
Yeah, but
Oh,
His
You
name
see-
was Damn Flowron.
Damn flow rod. Damn flow rod.
That's it.
but you see what you missed out on though.
Did you
was-
read it yet, E-Man?
Mm-hmm.
Is
Yeah.
it just a teaser or the full first issue?
This is a teaser.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's
Dude,
not
what
the
a
full-
premise, right? Like,
Yeah.
why can't we govern like that?
Yeah, I like
Rob,
that.
what did
like,
you get?
like it's just old school barbarian style, right? You guys go fight it out every 5
Yeah,
years.
whoever the strongest leads the way.
Yeah,
You know
And-
what? You know what I'm
that's the way
trying
of
to
the
get.
Animal Kingdom too.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
You know what
Yeah,
I'm trying to
definitely.
get to Heroes next year is Steve the Voice White.
Cool.
I hope
What
can
you got,
get
Rob?
So our man Izzy had helped me out to get a piece that I wanted from New York Comic Con.
She's
It
an
was
ass.
a Stephen Rue book, Cocktails and Curves,
I wasn't wrong.
which features different cocktails along with various different kind of a pinup art.
That
Curvy
looks like
ladies.
Margot Robbie for a second.
So
That's
Rob,
that's
how
actually
did you
really fun.
discover this book was at NYCC? What website were you on where you saw the advertisement for this?
I was on Instagram
Sure.
where I was I happened to be, Stephen Rue and I were going back and forth on some stuff for comics curing cancer and whatnot. And so I was following him and he was doing, I saw him going live several times and he was doing the live drawings for this. And he was talking about the book. And then later on, it was like, oh, hey, I'm going to have 100 copies at New York Comic Con. And I was like, oh, damn, dude, I want one of those. So
It looks good. It looks fun.
On a completely related note, I just pulled down all the Halloween decorations and put the first of the Christmas stuff out.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Reeves are on the door.
oh,
Christmas
you're
tree,
November 1st guy?
Everyone
What's
is.
great
just
about
people
this-
don't
No,
admit it.
no,
okay,
no.
it's got spot foil, so all the moisture and the edges of the glass and stuff are all foil.
Rob, we all want to know, so I'll ask it. How much moisture do you plan on adding to that book?
Moist.
0.
Zero.
I
Good
know
answer,
that
Rob.
some folks appreciate this. I'm sure that Izzy was probably the only person in line to get one of these.
Oh, there was no line.
That's what he just said.
Yeah, you were a
Hey,
line.
Rob.
You were a line of one. I understand. Oh,
No,
but
he was really
man,
cool though. He was a really good guy.
I know that
when they gave you the
Izzy
book,
was
did it
the
come in a
lion.
black bag? They had to put it in a black bag and then put that black
Robin.
bag in the paper brown bag,
Actually, for some reason, they were wearing gloves when they gave me the book.
medical gloves.
Hey,
Yeah.
Rob,
he probably
like-
sit there and go. Izzy probably went up and said, "Yeah, I'd like to get. I hear you got this book, Cocktails and Curves." And the guy Stephen probably goes like, "Oh, is this for Rob?"
And it was double bagged, and one of the bags was frosted.
So
Nice.
Rob, like Mark, I had a question too. How many of those cocktails are you gonna try?
I don't know. I'm not really. I'm more of a drink my whiskey straight. I'm not much of a mixed drink guy. So
I'm not either. I like.
I don't
whiskey,
know,
too.
but who knows? Maybe.
God, dude, it's like raining leaves here. Stop.
Oh, you mean like it's fall?
Yes.
God damn it!
You ever
Who would've
notice
thought
whenever you
that's
see
crazy?
vlogs, whenever he's on location, he's lying down somewhere? Is that like his thing?
Dude, I'm
lying down everywhere?
relaxed,
He's
bro.
lying down.
He's
even when
always
he's in bed.
lying down.
I'm
Even when he's in his
relaxed, man.
bed.
Let
Like,
me
He's
be.
lying
I-
down.
And
I
he never has
envision
he has no neck.
I
don't
envision
have a-
vlogs at Lowe's laying back down on the inside garden or outside garden furniture, just kicked back there. You got people coming up to him. Where's this? Oh, it's over on aisle
Has a
12.
sign
you
that
know.
says "Ask me for help" with an arrow pointing at him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for real. No, I
He's probably in Lowe's right now.
no,
Drives a
I don't
forklift
work
with his
today.
feet.
Although I'll give you this. Today he has a collar that goes all the way up his neck.
Pretty
But
sure
the cool
Voggy
thing
just has
is,
women feeding him
but the
grapes all
cool
day
thing
long.
is, hey Mark, but the cool thing is, I teach the kids clinics at work where they do the kids workshops.
Oh man,
Oh
that's
no,
terrible.
you know about
I
those
feel
where
so
the
bad for
kids
those
build
kids.
stuff? Wow, is
No, but I wish I didn't know. Now I'm going to be worried about every building I walk into 15, 20 years from now.
You said 15, 20 years now? You give
Well,
him
if they're
that much
kids
credit?
now,
Taylor,
15
how
to
are
20
you,
years
sir?
now, they'll be building buildings.
T-Dub,
God.
you doing good?
I know you're,
I'm
I know
all
what
right,
you're
Voggy.
talking
How you
about,
doing?
Vogs. I
Good,
used to
man.
take my Cub Scout units. I would take them either to Home Depot or Lowe's to do those little workshop kits to build something. It was always
Yeah,
a
the
good
kids
little
are
thing.
great. Ooh,
Look at Target Optimus Prime.
dang! Are you unboxing
My,
or are you keeping it boxed?
My kids, all like my kids, they're like, we need to get this for dad. So like my
Wait.
stepkids, my daughter, they're like, this is so cool. Like we need to get it. So they actually
That
ordered
is
this for
dope.
me. It came in the
And
other day.
Autobot Bullseye. There you go.
Yeah,
This was so sick. I saw this earlier this year. I was
That
like,
is
I
pretty
need
dope.
this. I like how he's
Like,
got
he's got
the
the speakers
design.
on the shoulder
The
or
speakers.
the wheels.
Where he goes, attention all customers. I'm gonna
That's
destroy
gonna
the
be a
People
Figure
were-
Friday post later on.
Wellbore's asking how many people everyone got last night. I had one.
Zero.
Zero.
We don't get kids around here.
They don't come to fifth story walk-ups. So-
If they do, Izzy gives them the giant
No,
candy
they
bar.
don't.
You know what? You know what? Izzy, do you live like in a big apartment like complex in the
I
city?
just told you. No, we're actually in an older building. It's an old pre-war building.
Uh-huh.
So it's a 5-story walk-up.
Okay, I've always wondered, like in New York, like do kids trick or treat like through the apartments?
Yeah.
like, in and out.
They do.
They do.
They do.
Okay.
Yeah, they do.
That's high density, man. That's the best way.
But
You
they're
can
not
just go
going.
down the hallway, go from one door to the next.
Yeah.
You know what
Yeah.
was my best trick or treating
Oh, yeah, we used to do it all the time as kids.
My best thing was when I lived in Germany because my dad worked for a bank. My best friend in Germany's dad, he was an American kid too, worked at the military base, and we went around the military little base in Frankfurt, Germany, going to the little housing for the military, and we would get giant candy bars from the military guys. It was the best thing
Holy
ever.
cow! You had over 150 freaking kids come by.
Jeez,
That's like old school. That's like the 1980s. That's awesome.
that
Yeah.
is awesome.
That really is.
That's a lot of
I
kids.
would have liked to had a dozen or so. I like seeing the young kids come up in their costumes and having fun with it because my kids are well grown out
Yeah.
outside of all that. So it's fun to kind of see some of that, but unfortunately, yeah, it just didn't exist.
Justin, did you pass out your business cards and say, see me in books such as Nottingham and The Devil That Wears My Face? No, I'm kidding.
No, I took my 3-year-old and 5-year-old trick or treating last night, and
Nice.
my favorite thing was every time the 3-year-old would get a piece of candy in her bucket, like she would thank the person, and then she would immediately turn around, face me and my wife, and just like hold it up to show us what she got.
That's the best thing. I was on a stream yesterday, and we said, yes, kids have plastic bags these days, but when I was a kid, it was
DJ.
pillowcases.
Yeah, she'd be like, "Mommy, I got this," and it'd be like her like 16th Hershey bar, and we're like, "Cool, we saw that, the first 15 times."
Nice. That's fun. Yeah, we don't get kids around where I am.
There's a good reason for that. It's called a restraining order.
Wow, thanks, Izzy. I thought we were friends, damn it.
As long as you stay 100 feet away from my kids, I'm okay.
Wow, I'm like dude. I'm not lying here. I'm waiting for the day for my brother to call me that I'm going to be an uncle. I'm waiting. And I'm going to be a happy guy.
Good for you.
It's probably going to be like a year or two, but.
Oh wow, the way that you had phrased that initially, I thought that call was imminent.
Yeah, same here.
I don't know.
He's waiting a year. He has to have the kid first.
Yeah.
You have to produce the kid first.
Yeah, true. E-Man, did they have like a Walmart Decepticon if Optimus was Target?
I don't know, to be honest.
That'd be funny. Target and Walmart.
I know that
we made a
Walmart.
Decepticon.
I know Walmart does have like their own exclusives, but not like to the point of having their own brand on the Transformers.
Oh, check this out! Look what I got for Halloween. I got a little Batman keychain.
Oh, that's awesome.
Lego Batman. Yeah.
Is that like Will Arnett? Whenever I think of Lego Batman, I think of Will Arnett. Just
This is the Will Arnett Batman. Oh, cool.
I can't tell you how happy and excited I am that I no longer collect toys and have to worry about store exclusives.
Speaking of toys, I just got confirmation right now that my McFarlane Batman v Superman set is out for delivery today, and I couldn't be happier.
Let's
you'll get it in a couple of weeks?
No, it's out for delivery today. That means they shipped it a month ago.
Okay. Because we are talking about your post office here.
Yeah, and now out for delivery is also subjective here. Because I don't know if you saw that post where it said delivered, and I put it up and it said it said that it said delivered, and then I noticed I thought to myself, I expected another package today. I went and looked and it said it was delivered like 3 days ago, and it says that I went to the post office and picked it up myself. Get this, I was working at that time and my post office isn't even open. They're running like packages and loading mail trucks, but you can't even walk in there and talk to an employee right now from storm damage.
Wow.
That was your C3 box for me, right?
No, it was a package.
Because you sent me a link like that too. I think the C3 box was also like that.
Different. Yeah, that's where everything, like as soon as someone sends something, the second it hits the system, I get an email that says delayed. Like the moment something hits the system.
Hey Rob, I forget. Do you get told? You probably told me this. How many C3 2024 shirts sell? Like the ones with Austin LeMay.
You can go in and look.
Yeah, I can go in and look. I can see stuff if I go in to look at it. Yeah. Hello.
I guess that's twice, Rob.
Okay, very good. All right, moving right along.
He's not frozen, Bogsy.
No, I'm here.
Was that all you? That's all you wanted? That's all you?
Yeah.
Wanted to know if you could see it?
All right, fair enough.
Okay.
Hey, man, is your tattoo a tramp stamp? And like when you sit down, does it turn from like the Optimus into the truck?
Wouldn't you want to know there, big guy?
E-Man does have a tattoo under his belly button, right at his belt line, just lower than his belt line, of Daffy Duck pushing a lawnmower.
Nice.
It's just like that guy from Home Improvement. It's just his eyes.
It goes well to one of his inner thighs that meets the eye.
Right above the belt line. It just says.
You need a Transformer tattoo that as you do sit-ups, he transforms.
Yeah.
I was watching a
the best part? It makes the same sound too.
Yeah. Izzy, I was watching a parody video, and one of Optimus guys goes to him and says, "Hey
Optimal
Optimus,"
Prime.
he's like, "Hey Optimus, I have a question." He said, "What do you want?" He said, "What happens if I transform and there's a human stuck in me?" And he's
Hold on.
like, "What are you talking about? What do you mean there's a human stuck in you?" He's like, I transformed, and then you hear the guy in his body's like, "Help me, my organs are getting crushed."
Oh man.
And then the music plays, but the logo goes up forward and turns around and comes back.
Speaking of crushing organs, ladies and gentlemen,
Lady
Lady
Fantastic.
Fantastic,
Someone said sucking me, and I showed up.
and
I
wanted to
did not
crush some
say that.
organs, right?
I'm pretty sure you said crushing me. Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, what's up, gentlemen? What I missed? Start over again.
Okay,
Uh,
let's
So we were talking
restart the
about
whole
We've
thing.
covered the
fonts.
gamut.
We were talking
yeah, we did
about
talk about
Transformers. We were talking about
Fonts.
Typography.
fonts.
Boy stuff.
No.
cars. Who was
You know,
the first car?
what
We
el-
talked about
all the
comic
cool
book.
things.
We talked about Wanda. We talked about the slate of upcoming Marvel shows. We talked about. We've covered the gamut today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we
So-
pretty much talked about how
Surprisingly,
Lord of the
we didn't
Rings
talk about
itself
Gambit,
actually
though.
Sucks. Lord of
You
the Rings
ran
is
the gamut,
overrated.
but you didn't talk about Gambit.
Yeah, but fonts was like the highlight of the day.
Yes.
My
Or
first
the low light,
car.
depending upon.
And Vlogs is waiting for his uncle or cousin or something to have a baby
My brother.
in
Have a baby
about
or make
Brother's
a year.
pregnant, guys.
Yeah, in a year. He's
Yeah.
pregnant and he's gonna give birth in a year.
Gestation.
Nowadays, right? It's
Yeah.
just it's kind of like the norm now. The brother's
Oh.
pregnant. It
We
Well,
forgot
he's
one
just
other
making the
thing.
baby now, so
It's
it'll
very,
be a few months.
What's up,
it's very
Rob?
progressive where he lives. It's a very progressive area.
We did forget one other thing. We forgot that Taylor Winder's got 6 mystery boxes left
Too.
at $90 a piece. But
actually the
if you
biggest
want 2, he'll do them for $165 shipped. And he unboxed one of them to show us what an example of what was in there. Now he's got to put it back together. But
Caroline.
It's already back together. I'm fast like a bunny.
Caroline, when does Christmas season start for you personally? Not like around you, just you personally.
Not fucking on Halloween
I
Eve.
didn't say when does it not start. Come on now.
Okay, so for me, it starts probably, I would say, maybe around Thanksgiving.
That's fair. That's where it used to start for me. I just like while I was gone, Rob, I took down all the Halloween stuff. I
I
just
did
put
that,
out like
yeah.
the Christmas pillows and stuff like that.
Psycho.
Yeah.
Psycho.
Look,
I
I
think
You
it's
go
think
around the
a
neighborhood
little
smashing pumpkins
difference.
today, Mark. That's the best part
Only-
of Thanksgiving.
What is it, Taylor?
Smashing pumpkins on November 1st.
Now, I'm not even going to lie to you. This is the first year in my entire life, 37 years, where we didn't do pumpkin carving because of
Yeah.
we didn't have like the pumpkin patch thing was erased.
I mean, you guys
And,
had a
like,
bigger.
so, I mean, we
bigger
could have
issue
gone to like
going on.
Kroger or something and got one, but dude, like life's been crazy busy.
Yeah.
Like, despite like getting back to doing these things and work, it's still meeting insurance people, getting kids back into the routine of their classes, karate and ballet, and like things aren't back to normal yet.
Oh, yeah.
They're getting there though.
I can believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw yesterday Halloween had not ended, and I saw a Christmas like advertisement, and I was like, "Stop it! Stop it!"
yeah,
Yeah, and we
It's
already
crazy,
talked about like those
Michael's,
big box
man.
stores. The big box stores are already getting merch out into their
Yeah.
aisles, like getting in
makes sense.
working for.
Yeah.
Oh,
At Lowe's, I think starting like 3 days ago, we put all our Halloween stuff at 90% off.
Yeah.
the
like the
It's
dollar
advantage-
driven by consumerism. You know, Christmas has to be the most like profitable time of the year for these
Oh,
stores,
by
so that
far.
as soon as they can get it out.
In
Oh, yeah.
September, they were
The
already
only-
putting out Christmas stuff at the dollar stores. I'm like, come on.
So Vogsy, how is
Halloween's
life
not
at
even
shittier
here
Home
yet.
That's too
Depot?
early.
Hold on. What's up?
sorry.
What's up, Rob?
How's life at your Home Depot? I hate my job.
All right.
yeah,
All right,
the only
moving on to Rob.
I said the only reason why any of those Christmas decoration stuff are up for me earlier than that is because it's all Nightmare Before Christmas and it's just up year round.
It
So
blends.
well,
Wait,
for
Todd,
me
you
it's
say
up
you
it's
hate
up year
Todd?
round
Oh
because
yeah,
it's
you
just
nerd.
yeah.
This
It's
guy
that
is.
intense.
I did not know how big of a Nightmare Before Christmas fan this guy really
Did?
was.
Oh, he's
He
huge.
cosplays as one at least.
He's
Like
got tattoos, I think.
going, yeah, he does. But
Yeah.
I'm just like, oh, he's a fan, you know. But no, like going to his house, I'm
Is
like,
he-
oh my
you
god,
leaving
like
me?
this really is your thing. This is insane.
I saw the movie yesterday.
Oh,
Good.
Rob,
I'm
did you
excellent.
say on the other side of your camera, Rob, you have like the other side of the room, you have the decorations and the collectibles?
Well, so all around is there's Funko Pops that are all Nightmare Before Christmas Funko Pops all around up here, and then all throughout the house there's original movie posters from all around the world that are framed and hung up all around the house as you go. There's a whole shelving unit over here full of
Super.
different Nightmare Before Christmas stuff. There you can see down the hallway
Down the hall.
these
One
Nightmare
sheet,
Before Christmas
nice.
movie posters that are up around the room
Can
and
I
such. But
can I tell you that even after
There's,
visiting Bob's house, I still have not seen A Nightmare Before Christmas.
there's like
People ever seen
I was watching it last night. I saw it again for like the umpteenth time.
You know the yard blow up decorations, Rob? There was someone that like it's common to see Nightmare Before Christmas stuff, but there was one, you know, when Jack grabs his face and makes a big There's one of that exact moment. I was like, dude, that's super cool.
Yeah.
Yo,
I've
did
got,
Santa come across as like a nasty dude in that movie?
no.
Like he was pissed. Obviously, he was pissed,
Well,
but then he made it up.
He was pissed because he got kidnapped and stuck in a freaking sack and stuff too. So you know, and he was
rescued.
He got of course. Sure, look, the whole thing is, you know, he got his whole holiday got taken over, and he's now having to go save things. It's just he's irritated.
Hey, shut
So,
up,
sure.
Izzy.
So-
Shut up.
Yes, he was,
Shut
but
up.
he wasn't so jolly.
Shut the
Been
fuck up.
jolly, like
Shut
still,
up. Listen. Listen, do you know who one of the voices is? You know who the voice of Sally is? And the reason why you need to see this is fucking Catherine O'Hara. It's fucking Catherine O'Hara. So get your ass.
I didn't say anything about Sally.
Batman.
Yeah, Batman. Lego Batman is Will, the Arnett, the guy that plays Job.
First try.
Batman.
I wasn't saying anything bad about the movie. I was watching
Yeah,
it
I know.
yesterday.
I'm-
I saw
I'm
that,
just-
and I saw Great
Caroline.
Punk. I saw the Great Pumpkin, and I saw the Legend of Sleepy Hollow, the cartoon. Ichabod
Nice.
Crane.
Ichabod Crane,
I
The
just
Legend
read-
of Sleepy Hollow is a scary Halloween style.
Well, it's so
Yeah,
funny
well,
because
no.
like the first 15 minutes of that cartoon has nothing to do with Halloween. Just
Rob?
I love it.
I was finishing up the I just got my last and final tattoo that I'm getting.
What?
Because,
Show it. Or is it in a spot you can't?
No, it's on my leg. But I mean, Mark saw it. I had it just before Heroes. I got it.
Okay, don't
It
worry.
was.
He had to
It
take his
was.
pants off to show me.
Mark-
It was awkward for
Mark
one
saw
of
it.
us.
Ooh, he got the
It was-
exclusive
It,
view.
it was.
Are we
it
sure it
was,
wasn't
I
just
got
above
a.
the paint line?
No, it's a Sally pinup. It's a pinup
Aw.
style of Sally from Nightmare Before Christmas.
Cool.
Kind of because all my tattoos have actually all but one actually have meaning and stuff to me and stuff. And so in the world, because I have another Nightmare Before Christmas tattoo, which is it's a tarot card, the Lover's
Mhm.
Tarot card,
Mhm.
featuring Jack and Sally
Yes.
and Oogie Boogie in the background. And the whole thing is that, you know, that I'm the fool having come into the marriage and stuff, and that she grounds me and provides, helps me to become a better man and everything else. And so Sally represents my wife. And so the whole thing of getting at 50 and stuff, getting the tattoo with Sally as a pinup was symbolic of me and how I still view my wife and everything
That's
else all
sweet.
these years later and everything else. So
I like
it's
that.
kind of all ties together. But the Nightmare Before Christmas tattoos. There you go.
I would like to share something that's kind of Halloweeny, even though it's over. I found these books.
Halloween's not over. It's just 365 days away.
Rocket Blast's Comic Collector. This is Bernie Wrightson from 1973.
Nice.
Okay, it's a front. And this is Bernie Wrightson and Mike Zeck. 73. Look at that, dude. And then I found another issue of this. Rocket Blast's Comic Collector.
Hold on. You know what? Hold on. Wait. Instead of leaving you down in a corner small.
Nobody puts baby in a corner. Right? Then, speaking of Sleepy Hollow, the back is by Bernie Wrightson as well.
Nice.
The fuck on, bruh.
It's so interesting how they're both Bernie Wrightson, but they're very different from each other as far as styling.
Front and back covers Bernie Wrightson. Front
Yeah.
cover color by Mike McKinney.
Ooh, what would you call that font?
You would call that old font. Old font. And then this one it shows on the front page. Bernie Wrightson, Mike Zeck. And then you've got a nice
Bernie Wrightson, Mike Zeck.
Yeah. On the back cover.
Ooh, can we see that again? So Mike Zeck did the inks.
Mike Zeck did Your Mom. Yeah, I don't know. What
that's not right. I'm trying to be nice, and you just threw that in
I
there,
would go
man.
to a mom joke so fast. If you set me up,
well, maybe that's good. It means it could be that you're Mike Zeck's kid. Who knows?
I don't look like Mike Zeck.
You don't like Mike Zeck?
I said I don't look like Mike Zeck. I said
you don't have to. You can look like your mom.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways,
I do look like my mom, though.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah, usually maternity is not questioned if it's the mother.
Yeah, usually.
I don't know. We saw how much Finn looked like me.
Trust me, I know. Where I work, I know.
Yeah.
What did you say, Mark?
I said when Finn came out and he looked so much like me, we DNA tested Kyle.
Yeah.
Yo, when Finn came out, he had a Superman book in his hand already.
Yeah, he just cloned a spawn. He spawned a clone, like a little mark, just pinched off.
Dude, I always see Finn and I'm like, yeah, that's a little Mark.
Yeah, you should, like obviously us being his parents, we get a lot of photos of him and stuff, but there's some because the kid's doing a lot of stuff that I did when I was
karate shit is funny as fuck.
Yeah, so like, did you see that picture with him and me side by side?
Yes.
Yeah.
So since that picture was taken, the photo of me was done by the karate school back in the day. The one of Finn was done by us, but since then, Finn has had the opportunity to take that photo that I did for his first time getting the photo of the karate school. So now it looks even closer, even more identical. I'm like, oh my gosh.
I bet your dad loves it. He thinks probably it's funny as hell.
Yeah, Dad appreciates having Finn because it's like having a better version of me, so he doesn't have to put any effort into me. He's like, screw that guy.
That's the best part, right?
Yeah.
That's the best part being a grandparent.
They
go somewhere else.
You deal with the bad shit.
And your daughter looks so much like your wife.
Yeah.
You just made her day. Be
careful. This is vlogs that's talking here. You got to be careful.
Yeah, my oldest looks just like me. Where the monkey is my? There it is.
Where the monkey is my monkey.
Monkey, love Monkey.
Jesus,
that kid's awesome. Both their kids are awesome. Or the ones I see on screen.
Yeah,
the ones we know. No, I'm just kidding.
Emma's graduating high school here soon. Like,
you should be very proud of her.
I am. Money for all this stuff. But she's graduating with a bachelor's degree, so that's pretty cool.
That's awesome. Congratulations.
Whoa, she's graduating from college?
She's graduating high school with a bachelor's degree from college.
Intense.
I breed geniuses, Caroline.
Clearly, what happened to you? It just skips a generation or something.
No, they got it from me.
Sorry to bring a bummer, but you guys heard of Greg Hildenbrand passing away?
Haven't heard of him. Thanks for breaking my heart, though.
Yeah, you never heard of Greg Hildenbrand?
I don't even think you have. Can you say his name correctly for us?
Hildenbrand.
Brent. You're really putting a huge dishonor on his legacy right now, is he?
Well, I apologize, but everybody knows I do that all the time, so it's not done on purpose.
Hildebrand.
This be true. Hildebrand.
Hey, at least it's not like Paul, my buddy Paul in the 619, who used to butcher John Jang's name. He used to go Jean Jang. I'm like, wait, what? He's like Jean Jang. I'm like John Jang.
Yang? You say like that?
To answer your question honestly, Emma finished 8th grade in summer before 9th grade. She was reached out to by this special school. It's like there's like a hidden high school inside the college campus.
Yeah,
and it's like by invite only kind of thing. And she took him up on it. So because of because she was already an AP student, so by just her natural class trajectory, when she finished her sophomore year, she was already past high school.
Yeah.
I mean, every student in her school, because it's not a big school. It's like an insular high school. on the college campus kind of thing. So just her high school classes have been literal college classes, and then they kind of do like little meetup kind of things that are like she's in classes
It's
with grown-ups and stuff.
proto-college. It's basically proto-college.
No, she's in college, but it's all going into her high school year. So she's taking classes with
college,
like
it's
50-year-olds.
entry-level college, yeah.
Yeah.
I know, but like the little meeting programs where they have as the group, that's specifically for the high school kids.
Yeah, exactly.
It's new. And so they've got to kind of keep them in their own little program while integrating onto a college. I know because like my little brother
so she does, it's not her bachelor's, I'm sorry, it's her associate's degree, right?
That's fine. She just needs another 2 years then for
what's the 2 years her associates? That's when she has.
Even mean old Carolines have little ones that they snuggle with.
She's a smart cookie. Like her friends, like oh, let's get together and do something. All right, what do y'all want to study? It's like, okay, do it.
I mean,
it's awesome.
You know, sometimes you get thirsty for that knowledge, bro, and when you are like you're just on a tangent and
you can't stop. Like there's certain doorways that open up in your brain, and then you're like, that felt cool, and you just
get tickled. Threads get pulled when you start going in directions that really interest you, which is good for her to find that. Yeah, smart kids are wild. It's funny. My brother, he tested it like college level reading by the time he was in 8th grade or whatever, and he got kicked out of his private school because there was a pregnant teacher that was maybe not the nicest, and he maybe used his Adobe skills to make little pictures and around maybe little crass things about her. Awesome. And they caught wind of it and booted his ass because they were Christian. And my mom out of just like trying to be nice to my brother, and I never knew this about her, she's like, I did something bad in school too. I got an abortion. And I'm like,
that's not the same as like
what, Mom? What?
I know.
Like altering picture.
I know. I could have, Mom. No, but it was, my mom and my dad, they started doing it too young. Rob? No, I'm just anyways.
I mean, didn't everyone? Never mind.
Yes, everyone started doing it too young, and
having babies?
It should be your choice. Yeah. Having babies. And it sucks.
Or practicing.
Yeah,
practicing having baby.
People practice. I like to think that my parents only did it when they had kids, but clearly
judging from the sounds I heard at night.
Here's a preview of how you have a kid. Were they ash can babies? They were made out of ash cans? No?
I don't know what that means.
Babies, what?
I know
the preview babies. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's what I got. But we lost an ash can.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
God, where did this conversation go?
It's me. I'm blasphemous. I'm terrible.
I'll stick to the font talk, okay? But Justin loves that.
No, you're engaging in this talk also, Izzy.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Yeah, it was way younger. Like Mike said, look, because things have changed, people are having kids a little later. Not Mark. Mark.
I'm done.
Be a granddad before 40.
You're done having kids?
And I will tell the kids,
yeah,
don't
have
having kids.
I'm like 30-something years old, and I've got 3. My oldest is 17. I'm good.
Yeah,
I agree.
Don't have kids. Tell your kids not to have kids.
Everyone should have kids, unless you're just a shitty
Actually, I've met a couple of people. Not everyone should have kids.
Yeah, that's what I said. Unless you're a shitty person, then not.
Yeah, there's a lot of shitty people out there.
Yeah,
Izzy's onto something.
There's some people out there that absolutely kids are not for them.
But then there's a lot of brilliant, wonderful people out there that you wish they had more kids.
E-Man, speaking of kids, your daughter was awesome on that live the other day. Those decorative flowers she makes.
Thank you, Bog. It was funny. She was like, since my dad is live, let me show you guys what I do. Like this girl.
Look at her.
Look at her. Entrepreneur.
I love is just be able to hear like the only cool thing is, so my son's, he's home and he's in his room. He's usually behind closed doors. I don't hear him talk much, and he's a very well-mannered, reserved child. But it is funny to listen to him when he's on. He's been doing some online D&D with some friends or something. It is funny to listen to him talk, and all of a sudden you hear him start dropping F-bombs and stuff when he's speaking freely, and he's just hear him speaking in ways I don't ever hear him speak outside of his room when he's with the rest of us. It's like, oh, that's just so adorable.
And you're like, he's got a side. So he's got a side.
Good. He's got a little bit of assertiveness in him.
Got
That's
some
good to know.
sass.
Yeah. Not bad for good to know that a 22-year-old can finally drop something here and there. The last time I would ever say that a 22-year-old was cute when he's dropping profanity.
He's like, that's so cute.
He's dropping F-bombs
from a boy.
It's funny because my 21-year-old won't even cuss in front of me yet.
So this is crazy, and I'm not saying this in any type of way that I'm ready for it to happen now. But there's already the thoughts in my head, Mike, where I'm excited about like making like, oh, when I'm a grandparent, X, Y, or Z kind of thing. Like luckily, because the wife Kyle will continue to want to be down for having kids till the day she dies, because watching your youngest one grow out a baby is something
that freaks them out. They want to always have a baby.
Well, I mean, like when you see them, like we're cleaning up, we're doing some cleanup today, and she pulled out some old baby stuff of monkeys to get donated, right? And
they go nuts.
And when she saw it, she's legitimately sad. She's having these good memories that she's missing, and she'd be down for another baby, but you'll never not have that feeling. Like the day that you don't have that feeling means you stop being human. So you just have to know how to deal with that feeling. So there's that part of me that like I'm excited for when grandkids get here, because she can have that again kind of thing. And I want to be one of those grandparents that drive my kids crazy.
Yeah.
I have totes of baby clothes in my fucking garage that I am not allowed to get rid of because
what is her plans for them, Rob? Not saying she's ever going to fulfill them, but has she had plans?
For a while it was we might need them down the road.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, that finally
that ship sailed a long time ago.
My plan was to be done with kids and have them moved out by the time I was 50. So the fact that I'm 50 and one's still living here, I'm already failed. But I'm well done. And thankfully, my wife now is to the point, as she's at premenopause-ish.
You got to tell us all that, bro.
I know.
And she sits there, and she loves sleep too much. Fortunately that ship's out. But she's still maybe we'll have grandkids and they can use them. I'm like, if you have grandkids, you're going to want to go buy new clothes and stuff. You're not going to want those clothes. You're going to, of course, that ship.
Unless she marries someone Amish, they're all into recycling.
There you go. So with Kyle, her big thing was we're going to save these clothes and we'll get rid of these. I want to save these and these because we'll make a quilt. We'll quilt them.
Jeez.
It's never going to happen.
See, my wife, she decided long before even I made a decision. She's like, I'm done. She was like, it's over. And then one day I looked at it, hey, nope, we're done. And I was like, okay.
Look,
I can't make it. Babies are great.
Other things are great too.
Babies are great, and when they go home, when they go somewhere else.
Once I have a baby, though, which I probably won't ever have a baby, but this is the thing, and this is for me. Once you bring a new creature into the world, and that creature comes from your loins, it's no longer the you show. It's the baby show, and you have to shift your entire thought paradigm. It's no longer you. It is about the well-being and the and the preservation of your nugget.
Yeah, but it would also be completely missing a huge point to think like it's not like you live, eat, sleep, and breathe to be their servants kind of thing. Like
no.
My hopes and dreams, my desires, and everything that I like to do have not gotten quelled by having kids. And the great part is like there's this natural thing that happens where you want to see them happy and you enjoy making them happy and doing for them. It ends up being like one of your top hobbies.
Well,
it's the most gratifying thing.
You know what you just described, Mark? A puppy. They're great.
Yeah, dude, I used to be that. Like I legit used to be that person who
the
didn't
autonomy
want kids.
You lose is a lot.
I enjoyed like doing me, and I don't feel like I don't do me one bit, and I enjoyed doing what I want to do even more when my kids are with me. But that feeling like how people like, because I work with animals and I have kids, and that feeling of like when there's people come in and say, this is my kid, I'm like, it's easy to say that until you have a kid and you realize in that split second you see that child, you would snap that dog's neck off in the blink of an eye for the
Yes.
well-being of that child.
You throw yourself in front of them, you know,
And it's biological. You don't even have to like put forth energy to feel that way. It's just.
We were talking about this a little bit last week, actually, from a slightly different perspective on the low grades, on how this type of stuff can affect men and their mentality and something. You know, it doesn't get talked about much. And I brought up the fact that like
it doesn't
this is, you know, like when my wife was pregnant and stuff, everything that the babies become a reality to the woman who's carrying the baby much sooner. You know, whereas for us, it's almost like, okay, now until you really hold the baby, it's not really real.
It's literally attached to our tit.
But then what ends up happening was, like, for me, I struggled with afterwards a period of time where I didn't understand why I was irritated and felt like I resented the baby and stuff almost at times, until I finally took some time to be honest with myself and realize that what it was I was just so used to the fact where the relationship was me and my wife, and I was, and essentially it was just us, and I was very important in the grand scale of attention. And now I was at the bottom end, below baby, shower, sleep, you know,
it's and then himself and cries.
And then there's then there's me, the guy who made this all possible, you know. So
you're like, what am I, chopped liver?
Yes, you did this to me.
How was the realization you had? How was the realization you had, Rob, of like the shifting from feeling that way to not feeling that way? What was it?
Once I realized that that's what I was feeling and I understood it, it helped me to get around that and look past that, and then really start to, you know, no, it's not the kid that I resent. It's just I was being selfish, and I just had to get used to a change in the dynamic, and that realization made it much easier. But I think it's something that happens to a lot of people that don't. You know, that they don't understand. They don't. It's hard. We're not allowed to talk about those things, or even amongst ourselves
about them.
Right. And
self-reflection is important, though. I think I didn't go through like a resentment period, but I went through definitely a period where I felt things were just different. You know, like there's a new kid.
Resentment might be a little bit of a strong word, but
like the whole attention thing, like it wasn't. I just missed the dynamic. You know what I mean? Like I legitimately just missed the dynamic of us doing stuff and the dopamine you get from sitting on the couch laughing together, watching a dirty movie or going out for dinner, whatever that changed. But I never felt, for me at least, I never felt like I was any less important, but I did definitely. I remember the first time I really felt like I have a different job now, and like there was a sense of pride knowing like I went from being her partner. Her husband. Now I am the protector of this household, and that's something that I tell Finn, because him and Monkey play, and they'll get into little spats every now and then, or we'll just be doing stuff. We'll be leaving a restaurant, and Monkey will be taking longer, and we get to the door and we stop, because we always wait on our ladies. It's our job to protect our mommy and our sister. You know, like he knows that dynamic.
Come here, Miss Kitty. It's her job.
But I enjoy those roles that a family has, you know, like I think families are very valuable.
Oh, definitely. And you know, they change. They're not always traditional family units. They're not necessarily a mom and dad. And like sometimes it's the bigger family itself. Like can be cousins and grandmas and grandpas and aunties and uncles. And there can be community members that are your you know, it takes a village. And that's the cool thing is if you got a good community with a good family and good friends and stuff, like, and maybe like a solid church or something that you do where you're integrated with a group of people who know you and know your kids. That's how you raise a family, man.
So for me it was crazy because my wife gave birth to our first child, and at the exact same time my sister gave birth to my niece. Now, my sister, she was, you know, she wasn't with the guy at the time. So she, you know, him and her kind of separated. And I'll be honest with you, he's never seen his daughter, even though he's never pursued it, which sucks. Right. So I ended up taking the place as her father figure for that time period. So she actually calls me dad. right? Like she calls my wife's husband, my sister's husband, my wife's husband. That's me. Uh, she calls
I hope
him
so.
like by the I think I know so. But right. But the truth is like I still have that same. My connection with my daughter is very different than my connection with my niece, even though my niece is still like my kid. Like I treat her like my kid. I raise her. I scold her when she needs to be scolded, and things like that. But there is something about your own children that there is this
It's different. There's a
there's
connection.
this thing that you have to do absolutely everything possible for your kid, and when you have that, there's a blessing in that. It's also rough too, because when you see them suffering, you want to do whatever you can
suffer
to help.
too,
Yeah,
but
you
you
suffer
can't.
too, but you can't. You have to let them go through their
Yeah.
growing pains. In other words,
And that's the thing with dudes. Dudes are fixers. And so
Yeah.
I've seen nothing is more painful than to see a dad when their kid's going through something tough because their dad's like, I want to fucking show me the kid. And it's like, no, you
Yeah.
can't do that, Pop.
And
gotta let 'em-
it's definitely hard, especially now. You know, you guys already know. Some of you already know what I've been going through with my
Yeah.
kid and stuff like that. Which I'm happy to say everything is cool now.
Good.
But still, it's still day by day as and I think you become more prevalent as they become older, and you start seeing the mistakes you did, and you don't want them to do the same mistakes, but at the same time, you know they have to go through it
And
their
they're
own
human
way.
and they're going to be just as dumb as you were when you were that age.
Yep,
Like,
even dumber, especially in
Yeah.
this day and age. But the nice thing is that they're smart. I'm
And
happy that
it's
my kid's smarter than me.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and it's not that hard to be smarter than me, though.
Hey, no comment. I have a my cousin. She is like my closest cousin. She's about 7 or 8 years older than me, and she was like, always said she hated kids, hate kids, hate kids, hate kids. She got knocked up at 19, and then had proceeded to have like another 4. She's such a
Nice.
great mom. She's such a lovely mom, and her husband's so awesome. And I love seeing them with kids because they are such solid, good people. And like when you say it takes a village, just because I don't have kids doesn't mean that I don't try and be my best self in front of kids. Now, yes, I'm imperfect sometimes. Like we've got a little chat group where there's a minor and sometimes I curse. But yeah,
You don't
like,
have a filthy mouth.
I don't. Yeah, I fucking agree. Some people are just cunty. But anyways, like
That word.
I try to
That
do the
word.
best for my dude. The
It's like one of
gays
the
love
best
it.
words ever.
I know it's so cunty.
It's a term of endearment in other
It's both.
countries.
It can be good or bad. It can be-
Have you guys seen that movie, The Gentleman? It's just the way they
Mhm.
use it in that movie is just phenomenal.
Yeah.
He's so cunty.
He's so cunty. And well, there's one time Ian McKellen used it. Like he called, oh god, I think some other old guy a cunt. It was funny. But anyways, yeah, man. I like hearing your dad's stories. Just because I can't relate to being a dad figure. I'll never be one of those. And like it is important for girls.
Did you have a dad?
Yeah.
You could be whatever you want to
grandfather?
be.
So you have experience with dads from your
I have
perspective.
experience with my dad, and he's a good one. And my grandpa, I only got to ever meet my dad's dad because my mom's dad, who had red hair and where I get apparently a lot of my personality from, died before I was born. And so I basically had to live growing up with my grandma saying, "You're just like JD. You're just a little version of JD," and have no idea what she was talking about.
Yeah, I've never been a fan of that thought process where
Yeah.
like you use like I'm not a guy, so I don't know what it's like to be a dad. No, you don't know what it's like to be one, but you have your own experiences. You've met dads, like, and you're not a fucking.
I know what a
idiot.
good one is versus I know what a shitty one
Yeah,
is.
that's just like that's always been like a cop out when people are trying to shut down a conversation. Like,
Oh no, I
you're,
like
you're
hearing,
not a parent, so you can't speak on kids, motherfucker. I've met kids my whole life. I'm making a very educated assumption right now.
Yeah,
kind of
well,
thing.
it was more of I want to stop talking because you guys actually have kids, and I want to hear what actual dads have to say.
Well, after that, you definitely have a lot more insight on dads now, despite
Yes.
not being a father. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be
Yeah,
like,
but
and I'm
usually
your
that
father.
line that you just said, Mark, that line is usually said by people that don't want to be corrected.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And at the
Or
same
they don't want
time,
to have a conversation. Yeah.
yeah, they're so obviously they're doing something wrong. They kind of know it, and they're in the defense of it. You know,
it's a conversation or debate tactic to cop out and try to take a high ground.
This is this right here is a little tough for me to say, but there are many times when I don't trust my daughter's mother to mother correctly.
Yeah.
Because she's immature still, 47 years old, and she's still immature. And
Some
it's
people
like,
don't change though, man. Some
yeah,
people never go through that thing.
And there are some habits that she still has
And you don't
from
want your
our marriage that I'm like, I don't want that on her. Like Mimi, my girlfriend, and her sister, they've done such a wonderful job with helping me raise Eris, and I trust those two to help me raise Eris more than her own mother, only because like she doesn't change.
Yeah.
I feel like in situations like this, the dads need to step up. We need to learn how to do their hair. We need to help them with makeup. We need to. I've never done this for anyone in my life, but my daughter was like, "Dad, you know, I need pads." And hold on,
and
baby.
tell them
Let me
they're
order
beautiful.
them for you. I'll be right back.
Let them know that they're like special.
Caroline, every day I kiss my girl on the head. You have a wonderful day. I kiss her on the head. I love you. I kiss her every single day.
They need to
Because
see a man be gentle.
I don't want to be one of those dads that aren't there. I want my kids to know that I will always be there. I may not be able to provide every single thing that they want, but it's important to me that they know that I will be there when they absolutely need me at the worst times, at the best times. They can count on me to be physically there for them, to hold them, let them cry on my shoulder, let them tell me everything that they did, everything they accomplished, because I feel like that's like one of the most important things as a father. We need to absolutely be there for them and encourage them, so that way they can take that next step, whether it's with my help or just with my encouragement, that they are able to take that next step just by me being there.
Yeah. And women learn a lot. They learn what a good man and what a bad man is from their pops, and how their pops interact with other men in their presence and with other women. And so it's just like you're always an example setter, because there's always little eyes watching. And you just got to let them know you got their back.
Yeah. That's the important thing.
Yeah, I've met some scary parents. I know what you mean, Eman, in regards to like my friend. I have a friend who his ex, she's a crappy mom, right? But one of the things that he does his best to be, as much as she's a crappy mom, he has to be more of a better dad, right? Because this is kind of like what these kids are going through. It sucks. Single parenthood is hard, but it's worse when that single parent is not doing their job as a single parent. They're out going to the clubs, buying stilettos and all that crap. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, one of the things I have another person I know that all he does is, he's a good parent, he's a good dad, and he's not crazy about his ex anymore. So one of the things I always tell people is like, you know what? Don't talk bad about the person parent, even if they are a bad parent. Like, don't tell them in front of your kid. You know what I mean? Unless they do absolutely horrendous things. But if they're just, they're growing, they're trying to figure it out too.
Yeah.
In some way. But don't ever talk bad about someone's parent in front of their kid. I don't care how you do it. You know what I mean?
That is one thing that I do my absolute thing not to do in front of Eris is I don't speak ill about her mom. Now I will maybe mention, mom made a mistake. She kind of, I don't like this behavior. She hasn't
or just the look. You know the look, right? Like that look, like not this again.
It's important to like attack the behavior and not the individual, and say, I accept this, but I will not accept this behavior, not in my house.
Yeah. I try not to fight in front. I don't like, me and my wife, when we have arguments or something like that, we try to do it not in front of the kids. But it's so funny because my youngest, all the times when me and my wife talk loud, because we're Puerto Rican, that's how we do things here, right? So we talk loud, she'll come out of nowhere and she says, I love you. It just puts a smile on my face, like, we're not fighting, honey. She just say I love you. It's like, we're not fighting. Yeah. Because one of the things of being, I don't know about Mark, I don't know about Rob, but one of the things about being still a intact family in that way is that kids see other families without, you know, with one of the parents left, and there's always this little level of concern that daddy's gonna leave or mommy's gonna leave and stuff like that. Even though,
yeah, you're super right about that. And I talk, me and Kyle have those conversations because, you know, I go do stuff with the kids all the time. What's going on at their school or this or that.
Yeah.
And the ratio of moms to dads is ridiculous. Even down here in the South where like traditional values are more standard than other places like California, which is just a cesspool. I'm just kidding, Rob. Let's go back to the earlier stream, man.
What do you know?
Look at Rob's face.
Started this conversation with like, why is there like the stereotypes and why is it fun to bash California? I was just if he was paying attention.
Yes, please do.
Yeah, us and our silly family values that a family should be a family no matter what.
Dad should be here, mom is over here, and the kid lives here.
There are two of us in California.
Izzy, I was talking about. I have my family lives in my house. Next door is my in-laws. There's a gap between our fence. We share a common space. It raises a thing. My parents have been always there. I've been with my wife the whole damn time.
Oh, there's no reason
my poor kids. We make fun of I make fun of my poor kids of having to sit there like, oh no, mom and dad love each other and they publicly hug and kiss each other.
Worst,
no, it sucks to have my parents love each other. Oh.
I kiss my wife whenever I can, which is at least once a week.
You know, that's good.
That's a little too much, Izzy. I don't know what's wrong.
Once
with
a
you.
week.
That's
things that scare me the worst
lower the
about
standard.
dads, though, when the dad gets mad and they do the angry dad voice. Fucking hate that. I get scared.
What did you say?
Yeah, excuse me. Do you want to
I'm
rephrase
sorry.
that? Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm disappointed in what you're disappointed right now, Lady Fantastic. I'm just saying.
God, when you get that look.
I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
I expected more from you.
I expected more from you.
You should have known better.
You have failed me for the
Sometimes
last
it's just
better
the
than
look.
this.
The like, and you're just like, all right, I'm fucked up.
You see, I want to say one day, I'm not angry. I'm disappointed. I want to say, no, damn, I am angry. I'm freaking pissed.
And I'm way beyond disappointed in your dumbass, punk ass kid.
What the hell is this? What the hell is this? A 65? Did I teach you to be a 65 student?
Oh God. Eris brought a test home.
Uh-oh.
And she's like, Dad, you know,
what kind of test was it?
It was a
Caesar. We're talking about fucking Caesar right now.
I want to I want to say like I don't think it was like a math test, whatever. Right?
Okay, just check. Double check. What kind of test was it?
No. God, dear God, no, not that kind of test. She brings a test home. She's like, Dad, look, it's an 89. It's a B plus. I threw it out like you're Asian.
Oh my God,
Asian. It's this B. Get this B.
Your ancestors are crying in their graves.
You know what it's like in my day? We went to school 7 days a week.
Your grandfather walked barefooted up and down a mountain in the snow, 17 miles.
So when we were trick or treating last night, my pops came and walked in the neighborhood with us, and he was chit chatting and clowning with some old heads that were passing out candy and stuff, and they were telling their jokes to each other. Like back in our day, we used to have to walk uphill 10 miles in the snow both directions to each house to get candy.
It's true.
Mike, emotional damage.
Damage.
It's funny because when my uncle told us that same story, we used to walk barefooted up and down mountains to get to school barefooted in the snow, and we were looking like, there's no snow in the Philippines, Unc. Like you're in straight tropical weather.
Yeah,
like,
we're in the tropics.
How high? How
that's
high is this mountain?
No, that's when you say things. You see, that's what climate control does. See what it did?
This was 85. There's no such thing as climate control back then. There's a big hole in the ozone layer, and that's it. That was melting all the ice everywhere.
Oh man, good things.
Yeah. Are you in Evans? Nice.
Well, hey, Mark, I gotta cut out, you guys. I gotta get to work and do meeting stuff.
Cut out then, homie.
Well, you guys have a good one. Love you guys.
Take it easy, man. What's going on in Romania? Is nothing happening in Romania today or something?
Halloween was yesterday.
I'm off.
It's a holiday. It's a holiday today, isn't it?
No, I just took the.
There's no school over here.
I took the day off because I'm traveling after the show, so I just took the day off.
Going far? Or are you driving?
I'm driving 5 hours south or so to Fiendsgiving for the Comic Book Fiend Club thing.
Cool.
Oh, cool.
Oh, is that today or is that this weekend? Or?
Well, for the West, it's tomorrow. They're hosting a gathering. So
when you said you were driving 5 hours south, I'm thinking you're going to Tijuana for a second.
No, that would be like 10 to 12 hours south.
Any fellow YouTubers going to be there?
There's some that have YouTube stuff, yeah. But it's all members of the Comic Book Fiend Club West Coast. So
nice.
Yeah, maybe Rob will be out there. Rob and James and
James won't be there, but Rob will be there because James is he's going back to work today. His paternity leave is over. Yeah, so he's got to work this weekend stuff.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Coffee Monsters will be there.
Yeah.
Or was
Sabrina.
Sabrina said she was gonna. They're driving in from. They're driving in. Yeah, her and her husband are driving in.
I didn't even realize what time it really is. Wow.
Yeah, 8:30 in the morning.
Over here is 11:24. It's wow,
dude.
A lot later than I thought.
It has been the most stressful for me these last few weeks at work. I don't know. It's just been in the air. It's been crazy stressful.
It has been, yeah. After this, the show ends before I get ready to pack and take off. I've got to check in at work just because
I got to pick
was end of month.
Here shortly, I'm about to be jumping in the shower and getting dressed.
Is that going to be filmed?
It's good to know that you're not dressed now.
No, not for the day. No, sirree.
All right. I actually have to do a video at work, so I'll be seeing you guys.
What kind of video is it?
It's actually a veterans video. It's for veterans.
Of what?
He's just doing a highlight reel from Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah, that one.
Photoshopping his face on everyone.
Why would I Photoshop people's face? I just put your face. It's the same face in every single one, man.
Boom.
No, that's not your face. It's this one.
Yeah, always smiling. Yeah.
Show some teeth sometime.
I need to.
Did photography?
I didn't even know Bogsy had teeth.
I don't think he does.
He does. Honeydew list.
I hit it. I'm gonna hit a honeydew list. Nice. Well,
there you go. All right, guys. I'll see you.
Make love to the night.
Safe.
Kyle, how are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Doing good.
I know we already talked about it, but I'm going to say that they bought a person from the Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Okay.
Yeah, it's amazing. Season 4 of Superman and Lois has been phenomenal.
Yeah.
This last episode felt kind of filler episode-ish.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I've been loving it.
What's it airing on?
C-Dubs.
Okay. Gotcha.
Final season.
Mark, did you watch my neighbor Superman or whatever, the one on Adult Swim?
I don't even know who your neighbor is, bro.
No, what's that one on Adult Swim? That's Superman show.
My Adventures with Superman.
Yeah, was that good or no?
I've heard it's good. I bailed on it. I'm a Superman diehard, but I just can't do the anime thing. It has to be something exceptional. It didn't keep me long enough to see if it got there or not. But everyone else says it's great. It keeps getting renewed for more episodes.
I haven't even watched Agatha.
I haven't either. I'll go back and watch it one day. I want to try to binge watch the rest of it because I was watching it till the storm hit. Then I'm like, okay, don't have to try anymore. But I heard it like kept elevating as it went and finished really strong.
That's what I heard.
So I want to give it a fair shake.
Same. And I have been watching.
Not till this evening. You won't be getting there.
So
you should get independent.
We'll see.
A little bit.
A little
been
bit.
watching the Penguin religiously.
Penguin's been phenomenal. Like if if you want to play like comparison game, it just makes
Acting.
everything else look like trash.
I love the pink one. It is so good. That chick Christine Milotti playing the Sophia,
Killing it.
killing it.
See, that was one thing that was killing those first couple of episodes of Agatha for me. Was I watched the Penguin, then like within 48 hours, I'm watching an episode of Agatha, and I just want to spit on the floor.
It's just
and
not
that's
the
not
same.
that's not fair for Agatha.
No.
You know what I mean?
It's not fair, no, because they're just two completely different productions. Honestly, with I think completely different viewers. Some overlap, but really, I think Penguin is a more serious adult show.
Well, absolutely.
And
it's just the quality. It just oozes quality. You get quality all
it's
over. You
HBO
just
quality.
watching it.
I mean, it's an HBO quality, like, and which I love, you know, because it's great to watch. But
it just makes me think, like, despite the genre, despite, you know, if this is a comedy, this is witches, despite that, why do I not have the feeling of this oozing quality on me? Because there should, whatever genre you're doing, you're trying to do it good, and I just wasn't getting those vibes.
Yeah, I got to watch it before I can make any comment. Just because
the first episode was boring and annoying. The second episode was just annoying and bad. But then the third episode, I'm like, dude, I don't even know if I want to finish this show. But then that's when I lost like power, and people were like, this was the best episode yet. And I'm like, now it's like an Andor situation. It sounded like, you know, like you had like two camps. Like if you watched Andor, you either think it's one of the best Star Wars productions ever, or you only watched 3 episodes.
Got it. And that's kind of like people were talking about WandaVision, that it didn't really turn until like the 3rd or 4th episode when it started breaking that reality wall.
Yeah, they played the little joke out kind of long in the tooth for Wanda for a lot of viewers.
Yeah.
The little TV trope joke that they did.
All right. I'm going to get out of here.
Yep, I think it's time.
Bye, gentlemen.
11:30. Appreciate people coming to hang. Rob's about to make like a baby and head out. He's got some traveling to do. I got to go pick up Monkey and Finn and get ready for my homie from Belgium to get here today.
I got to go be the best dad I can be.
Nice. What are you guys up to,
You
Mike?
do that. Vog's is going to go off and be the best mom he can be.
Be
We're
the
going to
best
take over the
mom.
world,
Yes.
Dogsy.
Bye,
Be the
guys.
best
See you,
mom.
Kyle.
All right.
Take care, buddy.
Yeah.
Later.
Hope everyone has a good one until next time. Peace.